Beggars Ride by Nancy Kress. Read by Nick Sullivan. 7. "Why didn't you ask me?" Vicky said. "I could have helped you with this just as well as Jackson Aronow." "He's a donkey," Lizzie said. She hated it when Vicky was mad at her. Vicky was supposed to be Lizzie's champion. That was her program. "Lizzie, I'm a donkey," Vicky said. "But you don't live with donkeys. You don't know anybody anymore. Dr. Aronow knows other donkeys, him." Lizzie heard her speech sliding back into liver, which happened only when she was excited or upset. She rolled over onto her back and crossed her arms on her chest. The two women lay under the feeding dome, having a late breakfast. They were alone except for Dirk, sleeping beside them on the warm, dry ground. 4 feet above their heads, the weak November sun was so magnified by the special plastic of the tent that the new Y-energy cones Dr. Aronow had sent from Tentec hadn't even been turned on. Sunlight soaked into Lizzie's skin. It seemed to her she could feel her body absorbing nutrients from the ground, energy from the air. She resented Vicky for interfering with this usually lovely feeling. Lizzie said, "I thought Dr. Aronow might know about Harold Winthrop Wayland and Ellie Lester, and he did know." Vicky pushed her hair off her face and frowned. "Okay, what did Jackson say about Wayland? What information that I couldn't have discovered for you just as competently?" "That District Supervisor Wayland was dead, and so—" "We already knew that." "And the person who was supposed to notify the state government was his great-granddaughter, Ellie Lester." "Great-granddaughter? How old was the district supervisor?" "I don't know. But she's his next of kin, and she should have notified the state so that they could arrange a special election to fill his position. And she didn't." "Well, of course she didn't," Vicky said. "Why bother when nobody votes anymore because the livers are all moving around like nomads? Nomads don't have voting addresses or district warehouses. No votes, no warehouses, no need for a district supervisor. It was always an entry political office anyway. It conferred no power among donkeys themselves." Lizzie said stubbornly, "She was still supposed to tell the state capitol they needed a special election." Vicky smiled. "I'm perpetually astonished by the rules you think should be honored and the ones you're willing to break. No hobgoblins in your inconsistent mind." "What?" "Never mind. Although it is strange that the system wasn't programmed to automatically advise the government of official deaths among elected officials. Then again, maybe it did advise Harrisburg." "What else did Jackson Aronow say about Ellie Lester?" Lizzie said, "Not too much, but he sounded funny about her." "Funny how?" "I don't know. He also said that he's going to help us." "We don't need him." "Well, he's coming anyway, this afternoon." "And is he again bringing the ferocious Cassie Sanders with him for protection?" "I don't know." "I think," Vicky said, "that if you felt such an overwhelming need to pick an additional champion among the donkeys, you could have done better than Jackson Aronow." Lizzie didn't answer. She cradled Dirk, hoping he'd wake up and nurse. Dirk didn't criticize her, and he was an unfailing delight, a calm, unfussy baby already starting to smile. Mama said it was gas, but it wasn't gas. Nobody got gas anymore. That was just Mama, poking at Lizzie's pleasure, just like Vicky was doing. She, Lizzie, would never do that to Dirk. She would never tell him he was wrong, never nag him, never let that hook in her voice that just snagged a child and unraveled all their plans. Lizzie was going to be a perfect mother. She wouldn't make a single mistake with her precious son. When Dirk nursed, his dark blue eyes fastened unwaveringly on Lizzie's face, and his compact little body solid in her arms, she felt she could die from happiness. She kept him wrapped in non-consumables, just so his little body wouldn't ground feed and so cut down her nursing time. She would never, never let Dirk down, and she was going to make the world safer for Dirk, no matter how much Vicky poked at her plans. Vicky said, "Speak of minor devils, here comes an air car." Dr. Aronow landed behind the building, beside the feeding ground. Lizzie and Vicky pulled on jacks, Non-consumables years old and a little tattered, but still warm and bright. Jack's didn't fade. Lizzie's were marigold, Vicky's turquoise. Vicky smiled as she pulled on her shirt, a smile that to Lizzie looked amused and superior. Sometimes Lizzie thought she didn't like Vicky as much as she had when she was a child. "Lizzie, Ms. Turner," Dr. Aronow said from just inside the door flap of the feeding tent. "The good doctor," Vicky said back, still smiling. Dr. Aronow flushed. Lizzie felt she'd missed something. She plunged right in. "Dr. Aronow, we need your help. We have a plan, but we need you to carry it out." "So you said on comlink. How is the baby doing?" "He's wonderful, him." Lizzie heard her own voice change tone and saw the softened way both donkeys looked at her. She felt a little better about Vicky. "He nurses like a vacuum pump." "Good," Dr. Aronow said. "I'd like to examine him in a bit." "What for?" Vicky said. "Infection, diaper rash, varicose veins?" "There still exist structural and endocrinal deficiencies," Dr. Aronow said stiffly. "The cell cleaner only eliminates malfunctions. It doesn't build what isn't there." Lizzie said, "But Dirk doesn't have deficiencies, him." "No, I'm sure he doesn't," Dr. Aronow said soothingly. "Just routine. But first, what is this plan you need help with?" "No, come someplace else," Lizzie said. A small crowd was heading toward them. Tasha and Kim and George Renfrew and old Mr. Plasinski, while Scott and Shockey inspected the air car. So far, Lizzie hadn't discussed her plan with anyone but Vicky. And what if her mother came out? Lizzie didn't want to answer any questions from Annie. "Where place else?" Vicky said. She was smiling again. Dr. Aronow said, "Let's get in the air car and lift." "Nervous, Jackson?" Vicky said. "We're not Luddites, you know. What you see on Shockey's face isn't rage, it's envy." "Yes, the air car, it," Lizzie said. Would anyone stop her from getting into it with Dr. Aronow? They didn't. And it was a bigger car than last time. This one had 4 seats. Lizzie climbed in front with the baby, Vicky in back. In silence, Dr. Aronow lifted the car, flew it a mile to the river, so fast, and set down on the bank. Withered grass and the thick stems of dead asters, gray rocks and cold water. On the opposite bank, a mangy-looking rabbit darted away. Lizzie wished the car had landed someplace else, but she was afraid to say so. Fear made her angry with herself, and she heard her words come out loud and bossy and liver. "District Supervisor Wayland is dead, him. We called his office and demanded he open a warehouse for us, 'cause we're staying us in one place over the winter. The program said we weren't registered voters for Willoughby County and couldn't get warehouse chips without being registered. So we said we'd register. Then the program said there was a 3-month county residency requirement. So we listed ourselves and waited 3 months. That was up yesterday. Then we called back and the program said Supervisor Wayland was unavailable." "Dead is pretty much unavailable," Vicky said from the back seat. Lizzie ignored her. "So I dipped a little to find out where the supervisor was. He wasn't anyplace. Finally, I checked the death DB. He died a month ago. You were listed as the certifying physician." "Yes," Dr. Aronow said. His face was blank. "So then I dipped me to find out why Harrisburg wasn't holding a special election, like they're supposed to when an elected servant dies. And it turned out the state government didn't know the district supervisor was dead." Dr. Aronow said, "I checked on this after your call. Everyone is claiming a systems malfunction." "Oh, yes, certainly," Vicky said. "Let me guess, Jackson. In Wayland's unexplained absence, no district services were authorized, costing nobody any money. Wayland's great-granddaughter has control of her entire, not inconsiderable fortune, which is quite a coincidence considering that her house system is the one that developed the comm glitch with Harrisburg." Dr. Aronow twisted in his seat to look at Vicky. "Do you know Ellie Lester?" "No, but I know donkeys." "From the viewpoint of one who left, like Lord Jim knowing the Merchant Marine?" "More like Horatius knowing the Roman legions." What were they talking about? Lizzie had lost control of the conversation. She said loudly, So I told Harrisburg they were supposed to hold a special election, and they said they planned to on April 1st. There's two candidates, and they both filed campaign speeches on Channel 63. But, Vicky interrupted. Both speeches naturally make the same tired promises, the same meaningless avowals of providing consistent and reliable service. Meanwhile, there are exactly 260 registered voters for non-enclave elections in Willoughby County. Our tribe here, plus a few in the mountain enclaves that hold those donkeys who moved permanently out of Manhattan and into their summer places during the Change Wars. Fleeing the revolution. Workers unite, you have nothing to lose but your warehouses. Lizzie said. Vicky said, the idea here, in part, is that you and your impeccable donkey credentials can discover the inside politics of these two candidates. For purposes of, Lizzie said, I'm telling this, so loudly that Dirk woke up and blinked. Vicky, I'm telling this. It's my idea. It's mine. I'm sorry, baby, Vicky said, putting a hand on Lizzie's shoulder. That was almost as bad. I'm not a baby. I told you that before. And then Vicky and Dr. Aronow exchanged a look, and Lizzie saw that they were both amused at her, and she was so angry she didn't even care that it was the first time they'd looked like they agreed on something. Didn't even care that it was good for the plan. They both thought she was still a baby, and they both were just damn well going to learn better. She was Lizzie Francie. She was the best data dipper in the country. She was a mother, and she was going to make the world a better place for her baby. By herself, if she had to. That would serve them right, because her plan was going to work, and not even donkey laws could stop her this time. She said icily, we're going to elect our own candidate, us, to district supervisor. Somebody from the tribe. A liver. There, that was better. Dr. Aronow was looking at her like she'd really surprised him, like she was somebody for even a donkey to notice. But then his expression changed. He said gently, too gently, but Lizzie, even if you brought that off, even if you got a liver elected to district supervisor, don't you know that donkeys pay taxes by providing services out of their own money? In exchange for votes? That way they used to get, the power to make laws that suit them, and you people got the goods and services to stay alive. But if a liver was elected, how would he fill a warehouse? You don't have the money in the first place. You see, my dear, don't talk to me like a baby, you son of a bitch. Dr. Aronow's eyes widened. Behind her, Lizzie could hear Vicky shake with badly contained laughter. At that moment, she hated them both. But at least she had Dr. Aronow's attention. In her arms, Dirk stirred and whimpered. Lizzie lowered her voice, and the baby again drifted into sleep. I know more, me, than you do about it. Not all the warehouse supplies come from the politicians themselves. There's a pool of tax money they all pay into, and it gets divided among the counties of Pennsylvania, and you can spend it on what you need. That money, I want it. There, Jackson. Not up on our governance procedures, are we? Vicky murmured. Medicine is such a demanding mistress. I want those credits, Lizzie repeated, because Dr. Aronow looked impressed for the first time. Or stunned. Was he stunned? Was it really so hopeless for a liver to get elected? Again, doubt attacked her. Maybe this couldn't really work. Yes, it could. She would make it work. Dr. Aronow said, You, personally, you want to run for district supervisor? Not me, Lizzie said. I'm not old enough. You got to be 18. Dr. Aronow looked over his shoulder. Ms. Turner? Oh, certainly, Vicky said. A donkey-gone native. Nobody in either camp would vote for me. But don't look so terrified, Jackson. We're not going to ask you to run. Course not, Lizzie said. Billy Washington is going to run. Only he don't know it yet, him. Dr. Aronow said, Billy Washington? That elderly black man who pulled your mother off me when I was trying to deliver your baby? Vicky said, You have a good memory for names. Almost a politician already. Yes, that's Billy, Lizzie said eagerly. My stepfather, him. He'll do it if I ask him. He'll do anything for me and Dirk. The plan for the health of babies, Dr. Aronow said. His mouth twisted. It wasn't quite a smile. I see. Well, your campaign should be quite interesting. What do you plan to do? Register all the nomad liver voters in Willoughby County at least 3 months before the election? Promise them warehouse access if they vote for Mr. Washington? And just overwhelm the divided donkey candidates by sheer numbers? Yes, Lizzie said eagerly. I know we can do it. I'm not so sure. Both established political parties will mobilize their own voters, you know. We figured that out. We'll get all the voters lined up, but none of them will register until 11:30 p.m. on December 31st, the last day before the 3-month deadline. It'll be too late for the donkey candidates to get more people registered. They'll never know what hit them. And do the numbers indicate? There are only 4 small enclaves in Willoughby County, Lizzie said. Her confidence returned in a rush. This was data. And they're summer enclaves. The total of voters registered here, even for internal enclave elections, is only 4,080. That's all. We don't know how many livers are in the county right now, but more probably than we guess in abandoned towns and farms and factories like ours, staying out the winter. We can get them registered here, or re-registered here. Out of their vast civic pride, Vicky said, but Lizzie saw that she didn't smile. Well, he said, good luck. But one question. How do you know I won't just go tell everyone I know about this, so that more donkeys register in Willoughby County before December 31st? You won't, you? Lizzie said. The baby stirred in her arms, and she shifted his solid little body. We need you. For what? He looked nervous, and again Lizzie felt that rush of confidence. She could make a donkey nervous. 2 things. We need you to find out about these 2 candidates, Susanna Wells Livingston and Donald Thomas Serrano. How their voters are split up like. Because, Vicky said, if one candidate is going to get 100% of the vote, Lizzie will need to register a lot more people than if she can be confident the vote will be split up like cannibals and missionaries. Or if, say, one of the candidates should happen to be as dead as Harold Wayland. Dr. Aronow turned in his seat to face her. You're not taking any of this very seriously, are you? On the contrary, Vicky said. This is how I sound when I'm serious. When I'm frivolous, I make pontificating speeches of great pretentiousness, such as this one. There's a way of looking at history that traces all enormous events back to the nature of key personalities shaped by very limited environments. This theory says that Napoleon, Hitler, Einstein, and Balieri changed the world so profoundly precisely because of the strictures or hardships of their childhoods. Who's Napoleon? Lizzie asked. Or what name did you say? Balieri? You don't know who Balieri was? No. Louis Balieri? Last century? No, and I don't care, me. Why couldn't Vicky behave like normal people? But if she had, she'd never have come to live with livers. And Lizzie wouldn't ever have gotten... She thrust that line of thought away from her. Vicky said to Dr. Aronow, I prove my point. Lizzie changed her grip on Dirk and leaned toward the doctor. There's a second thing that we need you for, us. What's that? She couldn't read his expression. His face never seemed to change. She drew in a deep breath. We need your air car. My air car? To borrow. We need to go look for other livers, us, and we can't contact them by comlink because the link might be dipped. Our plan has to be secret. So we need to cover the county by air to find everybody's tribes in all the mountains and valleys and then visit them. Vicky can drive. She knows how. Please, we just need it, us, for a few weeks. And when Billy is elected, we're going to use the tax credits to get change syringes as well as Y-cones. It's for the babies. Dr. Aronow sat silent. Outside the car, the wind picked up, whipping the cold river into small frothy waves. A crow landed on a gray rock, cawing. Finally, Dr. Aronow said gently, Lizzie, you can't get change syringes through a warehouse. What few are left are not for sale, at any price. Every donkey organization in the country has been trying to reach Miranda Sharifi at Salini to beg for more. Didn't you know that? Salini never answers. Electing Billy Washington to district supervisor of Willoughby County won't change that. Then we'll get the old-fashioned bot med units for the babies, Lizzie said. Her arms tightened on Dirk. What if he hadn't been changed? What if she had to worry all the time about infections and bad water and worms? For the first time, Lizzie glimpsed what motherhood must have been like for her own mother. Why, Annie must have been afraid every single minute that something would happen to Lizzie. How could parents live like that, then? Lizzie shuddered. Dr. Aronow said, I don't think... Yes, you do, Vicky interrupted, and her voice had changed yet again to something Lizzie hadn't heard in a long time. Vicky was talking to the doctor like she used to talk to Lizzie herself when she was a child, small and sick. In fact, you probably think too much, Jackson. But this time, don't. Just act. You'll feel better if you do this one thing for the livers, without first worrying it to death. And it will cost you so little. Don't try to bully me, Ms. Turner. I'm not. I'm only trying to present our case. Lizzie's case, in all its aspects. You're an aspect now. You didn't ask to be, but you are. If you say no, that's just as much a statement as if you'd said yes. There's no fence to sit on here. The choices are yours. All I'm trying to do is articulate that. Vicky's eyes locked with Dr. Aronow's. Lizzie wondered if Vicky was going to bring up Mrs. Aronow, or whatever her name was, the woman that Vicky said was the doctor's ex-wife. She still owned him, Vicky said. Lizzie didn't see how that could be. Your family owned you, maybe, and your tribe, but not somebody who'd chosen to leave your tribe. Why, that would be like saying that Harvey could influence Lizzie's decisions just because he was Dirk's father. The world didn't work like that. Still, if mentioning Mrs. Aronow would help the doctor choose against the donkeys, but maybe Lizzie better leave this to Vicky. Vicky was the donkey after all, although no one in the tribe would dream of holding it against her. Vicky said in a different voice, Don't you ever wish, Jackson, that the class war had turned out differently? That both sides weren't paying the price we are? To Lizzie, the words made no sense. What price were the donkeys paying? Donkeys were public servants. They did the work of running things so the livers could enjoy themselves, or they used to do that. Now they had so much less work to do. Didn't they like that? How had they paid any sort of price for not supplying warehouses and med units and food lines and all the other things? It saved them money and work. Vicky wasn't making sense. But Dr. Aronow was gazing straight ahead now through the car window. Lizzie had the feeling he wasn't seeing the river or the fields or the cold woods. He was seeing some other place, some other people besides her and Vicky. Who? All right, Dr. Aronow said. On one condition. Not this car. I don't want it spotted and traced and my system jammed with irate messages from people who used to be my friends. I'll furnish you with an air car leased to some non-existent company in another state. Oh, thank you, Doctor, Lizzie said. She leaned over and kissed Dr. Aronow on the cheek. Her motion pushed her breast into Dirk's face, and sleepily he started to suck. When he discovered cloth between his mouth and her nipple, he whimpered and screwed up his face. Lizzie opened her shirt and gave him her breast. She'd done it. She'd managed to people dip an air car. She said, And you'll find out, about the other candidates? Please? Why not? He didn't sound as happy as Lizzie had hoped. Cheer up, Jackson, Vicky said. Commitment only hurts, while the first rope goes on. You're quite a pastoral philosopher, aren't you? Could part of this deal be that you just stop lecturing me? But you like it so much. Look at Cassie. Vicky, Lizzie said, But then the doctor smiled. It wasn't a very sweet smile, but it was a smile. He wasn't mad at Vicky for her nasty comment. Why not? Lizzie would never understand donkeys. But she didn't have to. He'd promised to do it. Lizzie had won. Now all she had to do was convince Billy. But that would be easy. Billy had never denied her anything, not in her whole life. No, Billy said. No? No? No, I won't, me. But it's for Dirk. Billy didn't answer. He and Lizzie sat on a fallen log in the November woods, their coats open to an afternoon that had suddenly turned warm. Billy loved the woods. Before the change, he was the only one in East Oleanta who used to go off into the woods by himself just to be alone with trees. Now more people did, but Billy was still the only one who'd go in winter for days at a time, or as many days anyway as Annie'd let him. And just when Annie got to grumbling and complaining about his absence, just at that very minute, it always seemed to Lizzie, Billy would come home again, walking into camp with the strong walk he had since the change, not the old man shuffle from before. There'd be wet leaves stuck to Billy's jacks and twigs in his hair, and Annie would squeal when Billy hugged her because he hadn't shaved in so long. But she'd hug back hard and tight before she started scolding and grumbling again. Lizzie had known that Billy would be in the woods checking his rabbit traps, and she had followed his tracks in the mud. When Billy wanted to hide, nobody could track him, but this time he hadn't bothered. Lizzie had left Dirk with Annie. Now she wished she'd brought the baby. Maybe Dirk would have changed Billy's stubborn old mind. Billy was too old, that was the trouble. Even if the old people were healthy and strong since the change, they were still old in their brains. They thought old. Lizzie made herself calm down to reason with Billy. Why won't you run for district supervisor, you? Don't you see that it will help us get all the things we need, us? Like more bots and med units for any more babies and better boots? Don't you see that? I see that, me. Well, then why don't you run for election? It will work, Billy. Not if I run, me. Lizzie stared at him. The old man broke a branch off a dead maple and poked at the ground with it. Lizzie, you see this dirt? It should be frozen, by this time in November. What's that got to do with... Wait. The reason the ground ain't frozen is 'cause we had us a mostly warm autumn. Nobody could predict that, it just happened. But we didn't know it would happen, so we got all ready us for a hard winter. All the blankets and jacks we could scrounge, caulking the tribe house airtight. Them cones you and Vicky got us from Ten Tech. Lizzie waited. There was no use rushing Billy, He always did what she wanted, but it sometimes took him a long time to get there. We prepared us for the hardships we could see coming, even if they didn't come. Anything less is just stupid. Right, dear heart? Right, Lizzie said. Billy's stick continued to poke at the ground. If you and Vicky do this donkey election, you got to see coming what you can, and prepare for it. Donkeys ain't stupid, and they don't play as fair as the weather. Where livers be concerned, donkeys are always cold. Not Vicky or Dr. Aronow, Lizzie wanted to say, but she didn't interrupt. If I run for district supervisor, we'll lose. Nobody will vote for me, Not just no donkeys, no livers neither outside our tribe. Just like they wouldn't vote for you or Annie. We was the first ones who got changed, who tracked down Miranda Sharifi in her underground lab and demanded us that she help you when you was so sick, who actually saw Miranda and talked to her. But those are all good things, Yes, but they all different things, Different from most folks, and most folks don't like too much different. It makes them uneasy, Don't you listen on the talk channels in the county, you? Lizzie didn't. She had too many more important, more interesting DBs to explore, without listening to the endless intertribe gossip and rumors and tiny plans on local comlinks. Somebody said them that a friend heard on a donkey channel in New York that some folks in Baltimore got a scooter track powered up and running. Then if you're from Glens Falls, do you know my second cousin Pamela Cantrell? She's, 5'6" with, we got a feeding ground, us, big enough for, people talk, them, Billy said. And even with the change, people don't trust ideas and plans that feel too different from what they're used to. Maybe because of the change. We already had so much new, us. And here you come with another new idea. Maybe a dangerous idea, if you get donkeys mad at you. If different type folks like me are running for public servant too, well, everybody's gonna be so uneasy them they won't vote for me. But, besides, Billy went on in his gentle voice, we're the family, us, who got Miranda arrested by the Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency. Even if we didn't mean to, and even if they let her go, them. Miranda Sharifi. No, Lizzie, dear heart. Ain't nobody gonna vote in a donkey election for me. Or Annie, or you, or Vicky. Nobody, them. Then who? Lizzie cried. Who would they vote for, them? Somebody that ain't too unfamiliar, Billy stood. Somebody who used to be a mayor, maybe. Livers are used to a mayor, them, being sort of part of the government. This was true. Lizzie considered. The mayors of the liver towns, when there'd been settled towns, had always been livers talking donkey. They'd been the ones to talk on the comlinks, back when each town only had one before the change wars. The mayor had been laughed at and teased for working like a donkey when everybody else just enjoyed themselves, even though mayors then hadn't worked as hard as everybody did now. Still, the mayor had been considered sort of dumb to do it at all. A real aristo liver didn't serve. They were served by donkeys, or so everyone Lizzie knew had thought then. But a mayor was a familiar person to negotiate with donkeys, to report something broken, to present voter demands to newly elected public servants, to send for police or game wardens or techs when they'd been needed. Maybe Billy was right. Maybe Willoughby County livers would be more likely to vote for somebody who used to be a mayor. But would a mayor agree to run for election? You know any leftover mayors, Billy? Our tribe doesn't have any, us. Billy smiled down at Lizzie, still sitting on the log. Yes, we do, us. Don't you know? That's what comes of dipping all your fancy data instead of talking to people. A little flame warmed Lizzie. Billy was proud of her ability to data dip. Billy had always been proud of her, even when she'd been a little girl piecing together broken bots, trying to learn without any real system. Who's a mayor, Billy? Who was a mayor? Okay, who was a mayor, them? Shocky, Bill said, and Lizzie felt her mouth open into a round O. Billy smiled. Ain't it surprising what people them turn up in what places? That's the biggest thing the change taught me, dear heart. The biggest thing. We just don't ever know, us. Hardly nothing. It's not at all surprising, Vicky said. Here, take Dirk. He wants to nurse. Lizzie took the baby. The familiar warmth ran through her at just getting her arms around him. She scrunched into a sitting position against the foam-cast wall of her cubicle and opened the shirt of her marigold jacks. Dirk's hungry little mouth fastened onto her nipple like a heat-seeking missile. The thrill, half mommy and half sexy, ran through her body from nipple to belly to crotch. Lizzie was still a little ashamed of that thrill. It didn't seem right to get heated up from her own baby, but it happened every time, and she finally settled for just keeping the feeling to herself. But it increased her irritation with Vicky, sitting there beside Lizzie on Lizzie's pallet, looking like she knew everything. Vicky had never birthed and nursed a baby. Lizzie said, Well, I was surprised, and so was Billy. Shocky. He just doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd been a mayor anyplace. Vicky smiled. What kind of person do you think goes into politics? Somebody like Jack Sawicki was, interested in helping his village and not caring if people made fun of him sometimes. Shocky gets mad if you tease him even a little, and I don't think he ever wanted to help other people in his life. Vicky said innocently, "Is that why you're backing this daring political venture? Because you have a burning desire to help other tribes in Willoughby County?" "Of course Lizzie began and stopped. Vicky smiled again. "Lizzie, honey, the people who go into politics are 99% exactly like Shocky. They want personal gain, and they want power, and they want to make the world wag their way, just as you want warehouse goods and power over tax money for yourself and your tribe. The only difference between, but I don't want it for myself. I want it for Dirk and Billy and Mama and, really? If Billy and Annie went south tomorrow, and if the ever-beneficent Jackson Aronow hand-delivered any goods you wanted to you, and also set up a credit account in Dirk's citizenship number, would you just drop this kingmaker scheme entirely, Lizzie said nothing. I didn't think so. There's nothing wrong with that, Lizzie, with looking out for your own self-interest, as long as that's not all you're looking out for. Someone I once knew told me, here we go again, Lizzie thought. She shifted Dirk, sucking greedily, to a more comfortable position, that there were 5 states that any human relationship could exist in. Any relationship, an international treaty conference, a marriage, a police department, whatever. Only 5 possible states. 1, healthy negotiation from a basically allied position. 2, complete detachment without any mutual aid pacts or significant interaction. 3, dominance and dependence, like the livers used to be with the donkeys. 4, covert struggle for dominance without much outbreak of actual fighting. Or 5, actual war. As long as you try to stay within the election laws, you're in a covert struggle for your own interests. Nothing wrong with that. But so is Shocky, only more crudely than most politicians. I'll bet he was only mayor of his old town briefly, wasn't he? I don't know. Bet on it. As John Locke once pontificated, isn't there anything you don't think you already know, you? Vicky looked at her. Lizzie dropped her eyes to the baby, then raised them angrily to Vicky. Well, it was true. Vicky was always telling her things. Like Vicky knew everything and Lizzie was some kind of data-dumb liver. Actually, Vicky said quietly, I hardly know anything, which is peculiarly startling when you consider that just a few years ago I thought I understood it all. I'm sorry, Vicky muttered. Was she sorry? She didn't know. Lately, Vicky confused her, and she used to think Vicky was so wonderful. Nothing was the same it. Don't be sorry, Vicky stood, stretching the kinks out of her legs. Here's looking at you, Karl Marx. What? Nothing, dear heart. I'll see you at dinner, okay? Okay, Lizzie mumbled. She watched Vicky stroll out of Lizzie's cubicle and disappear around the battered plastic upended table that formed one of its walls. Vicky didn't look back. Lizzie hugged Dirk, wishing she hadn't said that about Vicky knowing everything. Vicky'd been so good to Lizzie when Lizzie was just a kid, but Vicky did act like she knew everything. Every idea that came up, every plan, or... Why was Vicky like that? Because she was a donkey? Lizzie reached upward, trying not to disturb the baby, until her fingers groped at the top of her chest of drawers. She pulled down her terminal. Library search. Ready, the system said. 3-sentence definitions of 2 things. First, here's looking at you. Second, Karl Marx. Here's looking at you was a famous line from a pre-Holo Entertainment recording titled Casablanca. It was said as a drinking toast by the male lead to the female lead. In the 2090s, the phrase enjoyed a renewed vogue as an ironic expression roughly meaning, I guess you won that contest. Karl Marx was a political theorist whose writings were used by many 20th century revolutionaries as a basis for rebellion. He advocated a socialism that included collective ownership of the means of production. The mechanism he foresaw for achieving this was class warfare. System off, Lizzie said. System off. Class warfare. Was that what she, Lizzie, was asking for? Was that what Vicky really felt about Lizzie? And Billy and Annie? And Dirk? A sour taste filled Lizzie's mouth. She swallowed, but it didn't go away. She'd been going to ask Vicky to go with her to explain the plan to Shocky. Maybe now she wouldn't. Maybe she'd just go alone, if that was the way Vicky felt. The baby had finished feeding and had fallen asleep again. Lizzie hugged him close and bent over to smell his sweet, clean baby smell. But even then, the sour taste in her mouth and nose didn't go away. She found Shocky with Sharon and Sharon's baby, 9-month-old Callie, fishing by the river in the mild weather. Sharon and Shocky wore winter jacks with the coats unbuttoned. Lizzie saw that Sharon's shirt was unbuttoned as well. So that's how it was. Callie sat on the riverbank in a blue plastic clothes basket, turning a grimy plastic duck over and over in her fat little fists. She was a pretty baby, with Sharon's soft brown hair and big eyes, but when she caught sight of Lizzie, she screwed up her face to cry and looked frantically around for her mother. Annie said babies got this way at Callie's age. They got shy of strangers and nervous about new things. Callie would outgrow it, Annie said. Well, Lizzie didn't spend a lot of time with Sharon, but she wasn't exactly a stranger either. They belonged to the same tribe. She hoped Dirk didn't go through a stage like this when he was older. She moved out of Callie's line of sight. Sharon and Shocky bent over their fishing lines. Sharon giggled and guided Shocky's hand from his line to her open shirt. "Hello," Lizzie said loudly. "Hey, Liz," Shocky said, straightening. "If we catch anything us, want to share a real meal for a change?" There was nothing wrong with the words. The tribe ate by mouth often, berries or nuts, roasted rabbit, wild apples. Sometimes Lizzie got a longing in her mouth that nothing but the sharp bite of wild onions would satisfy. The change just meant that nobody had to bother with getting food. Not that they couldn't. There was nothing wrong with Shocky's offer of fish. It was the way he said it, his eyes bold on Lizzie, his mouth half smiling, half sneering, his hand still on Sharon's bare breast. Sex bareness was different from eating bareness. It should be private. And Shocky acted like he owned Sharon. Well, he didn't own Lizzie. But she made herself smile. "Sure, if you catch anything, you. But that's not why I'm here. I have an offer me to make you." Shocky's smile widened, and his dark eyes blinked slowly. Lizzie said quickly, "Billy told me you used to be mayor of a town someplace." Shocky's smile vanished. "Yeah? So what? Somebody had to be mayor then." "You're right, you," Lizzie said. She looked levelly into Shocky's face. "And somebody still does." Sharon said, "We don't need no mayors, us, anymore." "But we need a district supervisor, us. Harold Winthrop Wayland is dead." Sharon's voice scaled upward. "Shocky ain't no donkey, Lizzie Francie, and don't you forget it, you." "Of course he ain't," Lizzie said. "He's a liver, him. That's the whole point." "What whole point?" Sharon said, so loudly that Callie, alarmed, looked up from her rubber duck. "Livers don't work them at no jobs like district supervisor." "A district supervisor controls the warehouse distrib. Willoughby County ain't got no supervisor, us, so there ain't nothing in the warehouse. But if we elect one of our own, then there still ain't nothing in the warehouse. Dip your brain, you, for a change, instead of donkey nets. Shocky can't put no goods in no warehouse." "Yes, he could," Lizzie said. She was suddenly tired of talking liver to this stupid girl. She'd known Sharon all her life, and Sharon had always been stupid. "There's a tax pool of credit from the state collected from corporate taxes that's divided up between all the counties. a credit base that donkey taxes add to. But if we can get enough livers registered and get Shockey elected, he can use Willoughby's share to stock a warehouse for us. But if he... Shut up, Sharon, and let Shockey talk. Lizzie hoped this would make Shockey mad, the hint that Sharon was controlling him. But Shockey wasn't mad. His bold eyes under heavy brows had a faraway look, and his hand moved from Sharon to stroke his dark beard. Both women stared at him. Finally, he said, "Yeah." "Yeah?" Sharon shrieked. "Shut up, Sharon. Yeah, I'll do it, Liz." Abruptly, he swooped down on the baby and lifted her high above his head. "How about it, Callie? You want you to see your big buddy a district supervisor?" The baby squealed happily. Apparently, little Callie didn't consider Shockey a stranger. Sharon sulked. But Lizzie, watching, thought that Shockey wasn't seeing either of them. His eyes gazed at something else, and he smiled the same half-sneer as when he offered Lizzie the fish. What was it Vicky'd said in her list of kinds of human relationships? A covert struggle for dominance, without much outbreak of actual fighting. "Liz, you just tell me what to do first. I'm already me, and I'm all yours." 8. When the security alarm sounded, Teresa was sitting in her new study, working at a terminal. She had made the study from a maid's room in the middle of the apartment's upper floor, unused probably since before housebots. Teresa had chosen it because it had no window, only a skylight set small and high on the wall and angled into an air shaft, from which she could see nothing but a patch of artificial sky. She'd had the building bot clean the room and paint it white, and she had moved in a terminal and an old-fashioned inflexible chair. The only other thing in the room were the printies. They were tacked on every wall, full-color flat printouts of whatever hollow scenes she selected from the news grids. In one, 3 abandoned liver children huddled together, dead in a snowbank, their frozen and well-fed faces smooth with cell-cleaner health. In another, a baby lay in its grieving liver mother's arms. The mother, who looked about 15, was clearly changed. The baby's face was ravaged by some disease. Its skin had turned mottled and pulpy, and blood oozed from its closed eyes. The camera had caught the mother with one cupped palm upraised, empty of a change syringe. In a wide-angle shot from an aerial camera, a shimmering Y-shield enclosed a beautiful valley in the Ozarks. The entire valley. One rich donkey lived there, a former financier whom no one had seen since the change, when he gave a press conference exulting that now he would never need to have contact with another human being again. In a small printy on the far wall, 4 emaciated adults, elbows like chisels, ate meager bowls of mush and drank water under a cross wood-burned with the words, "The daily bread he meant for us." Malnutrition marked their bowed legs and thin hair. All 4 smiled beatifically at the camera, smiles with missing teeth and swollen gums. A large printy behind the terminal stand showed Miranda Sharifi's face, overlaid with a blue veil, 3 lilies, and an open prayer book. Beside it, an equally large printy showed the same hollow, overlaid with gravestones and coffins and black candles and implements of torture, along with the words, "When immortality, bitch." The pictures went on. 2 donkey children lying naked and laughing on the corpse of a slaughtered deer sliced open from breast to tail, body feeding directly on the blood and flesh. Another diseased liver child in a French town where there had been no change syringes for 4 years. An ad for Endor-Kiss, the colors glowing and seductive, in which 3 incredibly perfect donkey bodies ground-fed quietly, their faces blissful, nobody looking at anyone else, and clearly not needing to. Jackson had not seen the room. Teresa went there only when he wasn't home, and she'd asked Jones, the house system, to admit no one but herself to this room. Of course, Jackson probably knew how to override that, But even if he could, maybe he wouldn't. Jackson wouldn't understand the room. He would think it was a medical problem, like what he called Teresa's neurochemical anguish. He couldn't see that the room was necessary. The system in front of Teresa was in screen mode, its flat energy surface divided in half vertically by a thick black line. Above the line was a quote in severe dark blue letters. Even an animal can get lost in unfamiliar terrain, but only men and women can lose themselves. Christopher Kahn Agee, 2067. Below was the last paragraph Teresa had written in her book on Lisha Camden. Lisha had a friend. His name was Tony Indovino. Tony was much angrier than Lisha about a lot of things. It didn't seem right to Tony that some people had so much money and others had so little. Lisha had never thought about that before Tony made her think. Lisha wrote later that Tony said to her, "What if you walk down a street in a poor country like Spain and you see a beggar? Do you give him $1? What if you see 100 beggars, 1,000 beggars, and you don't have as much money as Lisha Camden? What do you do? What should you do?" Lisha didn't know answers to Tony's questions. Teresa studied her paragraph. She said to her personal system, Thomas, "Put important before friend." It did, changing the to an. Teresa studied her sentence again. Then she looked at the sentence above. Even an animal can get lost in unfamiliar terrain, but only men and women can lose themselves. She said, "Thomas, bring me the second quote in my list." Thomas brought up the words, reading them aloud in its rich male voice. "But man, proud man, dressed in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what he's most assured his glassy essence, like an angry ape, plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven as make the angels weep." William Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616. The next quote. "Man's unhappiness comes, as I construe, of his greatness. It is because there is an infinite in him, which, with all his cunning, he cannot quite bury under the finite." Thomas Carlyle, 1795 to 1881. Again, Teresa read her own paragraph with important inserted before friend. Then she listened again to Carlyle's sentence. Why was it so hard to write a book? She could see so clearly what she needed to say about Lisha Camden, could feel it so clearly. She could even talk about it, at least with Jackson. But when she sat down in front of the terminal, the words she spoke were stiff and cold, and it would be better if she never tried to show the world at all why Lisha Camden mattered, why a life given to something as large as keeping sleepless and sleepers as one people mattered. Even if Lisha had failed. Despite Lisha's efforts, the sleepless had gone to sanctuary. The country had gone into a long, bitter divide. Jennifer Sharifi had gone to prison, and Lisha had gone to her death in a Georgia swamp, murdered by livers who despised Sleepless even more than Teresa despised herself. But Lisha had at least tried, and so saved herself from what the rest of them had become. No, Teresa had to write this book about Lisha. She had to. But why was it so hard to find words as wonderful as Thomas brought back when she sent him out on a quote search? Teresa rubbed tears from her cheeks and looked again at the printies around the walls. Most ignorant, like an angry ape, plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven as make the angels weep. Take a neuro farm, Jackson would say. I can custom order you one that... Building security has been breached, the house system said loudly from Teresa's terminal. This is not a drill, Ms. Aronow. Repeat, building security has been breached, and this is not a drill. What would you like me to do? Breached? How could building security be breached? There were Y shields, there were locks. What should she do? Jackson was gone somewhere with Cassie. Teresa didn't know what to tell the system. It wasn't supposed to be breachable. She said, "Lock all the doors." "They are always locked, Miss Aronow." Of course they were. Teresa thought wildly. "Show me the breach." Prose, hers and Carlyle's, disappeared from the screen. It went hollow and transmitted a wide-angle view of the building foyer. People. Livers. Pushed toward the elevator, which said, "I'm sorry, this elevator opens only for authorized residents and guests." A man with a handheld terminal did something to it, and the elevator door opened. Teresa stood, knocking over her chair. Her heart thudded. 5 livers, 4 men and a woman, people with squat foreheads or knobbly chins or hairy ears or thick necks, dressed in old winter jackets. In her building. Their faces were focused and intent, and one had a mobile. Where had he gotten it? The change wars? But those were over years ago, weren't they? What should she do? What should I do, Jones? Is there a standard security procedure? A standard intruder repellent sequence exists in escalating stages. Shall I begin it, or do you wish to speak to the unauthorized intruders first? No. What do they want? Shall I put front door visual and audio through to Thomas? No. Yes, and start the intruder repellent sequence. All levels on automatic? Yes. The display stage showed the corridor outside the apartment door. 3 of the people, including the woman, now held guns. Teresa felt her throat close, and she gasped for breath. No, not now. Not now. The livers weren't shouting. The one with the mobile spoke calmly but loudly in their street talk. "Get for our kids, us, more change syringes. That's all we want, us. We won't hurt nobody. I tell you again, me, that all we want is more change syringes. We know you got them, Dr. Aronow. You're a doctor, you." "Go away," Teresa called. The words came out strangled, unable to force themselves past her panic attack. She tried again. "Go away. No change syringes here. My brother doesn't keep them at home." Which wasn't true. There were 16 change syringes in the house safe. "What? Is that Dr. Aronow, you? Open the door." "No," Teresa whimpered. She couldn't breathe. "Then we're coming in, us." The front door clicked open. The security procedure? Why wasn't Jones responding? What had these people had time to do to Jones? And how did they know how to do it? Teresa wrapped her arms around herself and rocked back and forth. Jones said, "You are unauthorized intruders. If you don't leave immediately, this system will activate its bio-based defenses." "Wait, Elwood, don't." "I knocked out the defenses, them. Come on." "But you—" "The syringes." "Activating now," Jones said, and abruptly the hollow stage was full of a dark yellow gas coming from everywhere at once. And it was everywhere. Teresa's study was suddenly full of it. Gasping for air, she drew gas into her lungs and her arms and legs fell off. Teresa tumbled to the floor. She could see her arms and legs lying beside her, clearly detached. But no, they couldn't be hers, because there was no blood. They were somebody else's arms and legs. The intruders? But how had they gotten as far as her upper floor study without their legs? How odd, but interesting, actually. Although maybe they weren't the intruders' arms and legs. But then, whose could they be? She pushed the nearest leg away from herself. Really, the disgusting thing shouldn't be lying around on the floor. Where was the cleaning bot? Perhaps it was broken. As she shoved the stray leg hard, Teresa was astonished to feel her own body jerk. Now, what was that all about? Nothing seemed normal today. Although Jackson always said that normal was a huge warehouse, he must be right if normal had to include arms and legs that weren't even hers cluttering up her study. Teresa grasped a detached arm and tried to throw it across the room. Again, her torso jerked, and pain tore through her shoulder, which didn't make sense. And how had the intruder dressed his arm in one of Teresa's flowered sleeves? He must have gone first to her bedroom, changed clothes, and then come in here to fall apart. Maybe Lisha had sent him. Yes, that would make sense. Lisha was always compassionate to livers, compassionate and unafraid. Teresa, someone called. Tess! Although, now that she thought of it, Teresa wasn't afraid either. Really, she was very calm. Jackson would be proud of her. She was staying calm and thinking what to do. First, get the cleaning bot to clear up these extra arms and legs off the floor. Then notify the Enclave police about the intruders. Third, figure out what made Thomas Carlyle's sentences so good so that she could write ones just as good. Or so her personal system could. Yes, that made sense. She would ask her system to duplicate Carlyle's prose. After all, they were both named Thomas. Tess, where are... Oh, my God. Teresa looked up. Cassie stood over her, wearing a Y-shield helmet with air filter. Cassie seemed to have all her arms and legs. This was interesting. How had Cassie hung on to hers when both Teresa and the intruders hadn't been able to? Fourth on her list would be to ask Jackson about this. It was probably a medical problem. Here, breathe deep. Hold still, Tessie. Just breathe as deep as you can. The gas only needs a few minutes to leave your body. Just breathe. There was something over her head, although it must be made of Y energy because through it, Teresa could still see Cassie. Cassie looked so concerned. But she needn't really. Teresa was fine. Jackson would be proud of how fine she was, staying calm in an emergency, breathing normally, making a rational list of what to do and what order to do it in. But she should speak the list to Thomas. That way she would be sure to remember everything on it. Thomas could write it down. She crawled toward her terminal to do this. Breathe deep, Cassie said again, but before Teresa could, everything went black. She awoke on the living room sofa. Jackson and Cassie stood over her. Cassie said, How do you feel, Tessie? There were livers. Gone now. No, don't get upset, Tess. It's all right. Enclave security has them all, and nobody was hurt. It won't happen again. But how? What? Jackson sat beside her and took her hand. They dipped the building entry codes, Teresa. Nobody knows how they got into the Enclave. But all our systems have been reprogrammed. Building, elevator, and Jones. Cassie's right. It won't happen again. His voice sounded hollow. He was lying to her. Cassie said, Nothing was stolen. Maybe they didn't even intend to steal anything but change syringes. They knew Jackson was a doctor. Other medical types were breached, too. The cops will take care of the whole thing. Nobody was hurt. But there were arms and legs all over the floor, Teresa cried. She could see them, horrible detached limbs. She shuddered and gasped. And my arms and legs. Easy, Tess, Cassie said. It's all right now. There weren't any arms and legs on the floor, and yours are all right, too. It was just the system biodefense. Why didn't you put on your mask when you activated it? You're upsetting her, Jackson said. She didn't know. Tess, it's all right now. We're right here. You don't need to think about it anymore. But, Teresa said, her fingers tightened and loosened on Jackson's, tightened and loosened. But tell me, what did I breathe in? Please tell me, Jackson. Jackson said reluctantly, It was a gas that acts directly on the parietal cortices, inducing anosognosia. The parietal cortices control how the mind perceives the sensations and movements of the body. In anosognosia, the mind is incapable of recognizing its own limbs, and also incapable of recognizing that anything is wrong. So the victim invents elaborate scenarios to explain the perceived limb paralysis. It makes a good security method to incapacitate without increasing the anger and panic that can lead to reckless response, and it doesn't harm anyone. The arms and legs on the floor were your own, Cassie said. The livers never got past the foyer. Jackson said, You just breathed a temporary neuropharm. Even without the cell cleaner, it doesn't last long. You might have a tingling in your limbs for a while, but it's not harmful. A neuropharm. She had breathed in a neuropharm and become a different person. A person without arms and legs. A person who thought other people's arms and legs cluttered the floor. A person who hadn't been upset by that, but rather had planned a calm list of ways to deal with it. Not Teresa. Someone else entirely. She looked up at Jackson, and for the first time she could remember, Teresa didn't want him close. You made me somebody else. No, I didn't. The house system. But you want me to take neuropharms always. To be somebody different from me. Teresa, you can't compare, he began, but she interrupted him. That's not the answer. I don't know what is, but not that. She let go of Jackson's hand and struggled to stand. Cassie said, Tess, honey, you're not really being fair to Jack. He just... I know what he just, Teresa said, and somehow she left them there, Jackson looking stricken and Cassie rueful. Staggered to her room, really. Her walk was so unsteady. Her arms and legs did tingle, and once she thought they might buckle under her. But at least they were her own. The building sat on the side of a mountain high in the Adirondacks. Teresa landed the car, which of course flew on automatic, on an artificially flat stretch of nano-paved ground that she assumed was a parking lot, although no other cars rested on it. Then she stood for a long time in the cold, just gazing up at the Sisters of Merciful Heaven. The convent, not foam-cast but built of genuine stone, blended into the mountain. Gray rock, scantily covered with withered ivy vines that matched the withered winter vegetation growing at angles on the steep ground. It was the first donkey building Teresa could remember ever seeing, even in news grids, that wasn't surrounded by the faint shimmering bubble of a Y shield. Only snow, heaped in clean drifts. A little wind skirled the light powder around Teresa's legs, and she shivered. She started toward the door. It was opened by a middle-aged woman, not a security system or a bot. A woman. A sister? Dressed in a straight gray robe of what looked like cotton. Cotton! A consumable. The sight almost overcame Teresa's usual shrinking from strangers. She clutched her two hands tightly together and forced herself not to step back. I'm Teresa Aronow, I called. Come in, Miss Aronow. I'm Sister Anne. She smiled, but Teresa couldn't smile back. Her face felt too tight. I'm the one you talked to on Comlink. Come with me to where we can talk. She led Teresa through a gloomy stone foyer and opened a heavy wooden door. Sound flowed out. Oh, what is it? The sisters singing vespers. Teresa stopped, transfixed. She had never heard singing like that. Not from any sound system, ever. A glorious outpouring of sound without instruments. Just human voices. Every one gene-mod for musical ability, raised in fervent ardor. She couldn't make out the words, but the words didn't matter. It was the passion that mattered. Passion for something unseen, but what? Felt. The passion. Sister Anne said gently, You said on Comlink you were not raised Catholic. Have you heard Vespers sung before? Never. Well, neither have most Catholics, or what passes for Catholics now. Come in here where we can talk. Teresa followed her into a small, white-walled room, furnished only with a desk, terminal, and 3 chairs. Wooden chairs. She blurted, You're not changed. Any of you. No, Sister Anne said, smiling. We must eat and drink and depend on our own efforts and His grace for our daily bread. Is it? She was trembling, but she made herself get the words out because they were so important to her. Is it a spiritual discipline? It is. Suppose, Miss Aronow, you start by telling me why you're here. Why I'm here. Teresa looked at the nun. Teresa had had Thomas do background. Sister Anne was 51 years old, had entered this semi-cloistered order at 17, was one of only 849 Sisters of Merciful Heaven left in the world. Born Anne Grenville Hart in Wichita, Kansas, she had inherited $3 million from her mother, co-founder of a bakery franchise, Proust's Madeleines. The entire $3 million had been donated to the order. Why was Anne Grenville Hart here? But Teresa couldn't ask that. Obediently, she tried to answer the sister's question, knowing even before she began that the answer would be inadequate, wouldn't really say at all what Teresa could never find words for in the first place. I'm here because I'm looking for something. And waited to be asked what. The unanswerable question, which would only lead to stammering and muddled words and puzzled looks from the sister, growing more impatient until Teresa collapsed into hopeless silence. But Sister Anne said, "And you've looked everywhere else you could think of, couldn't find it, and so have tried here in desperation, even though you can't begin to define what you're looking for, and are afraid it isn't the Catholic conception of God at all." "Yes," Teresa gasped. How did you know?" "You're not the first to come to us," Sister Anne said serenely, "and you won't be the last. But I think you may be different from most. Ms. Aronow, why aren't you changed?" "I can't." "Can't? You mean there is some physical difficulty?" No, I mean I just can't." "You're afraid of making your own life too automatic? In physical need, you think, begins spiritual questing, its roots and wellspring?" "Yes," Teresa gasped. "Oh, yes. Only—" "Only what, Miss Aronow?" Sister Anne leaned forward on her chair, a chair of hard, mellowed natural wood that her unchanged body would not consume molecule by molecule until the solid had been turned into a whole skeleton of itself. Sister Anne's chair would stay a chair. Sister Anne's expression was as warm as Jackson's and Cassie's, but different somehow. Not what? Not careful with Teresa, not pitying, not condescending. Sister Anne didn't think that Teresa Aronow was weak or crazy. The words spilled out. Looking at the calm, understanding face, Teresa's fear of strangers somehow disappeared, and the words tumbled out, tidal waved out, unstoppable. "I've always wanted something, looked for something, my whole life, only I don't have any idea what it is. And nobody else has ever seemed to need it, or to even know what I'm talking about. Even good people that I know are good people, people I love, they look at me like I'm crazy. Actually, I am crazy. I'm depressed, agoraphobic, and severely neurologically inhibited. I haven't left our apartment in over a year except once, and that was... Nobody else I know feels like this. I want there to be something. Large. Larger than myself. Something in the universe to hang on to give my life some kind of meaning. I'm a fraud, you know, agreeing with you that I'm unchanged because I don't want things too automatic. They are automatic for me. I'm rich, and I have a loving brother who stands between me and the world, and I never have to worry or struggle for anything, certainly not my daily bread, which is delivered and cooked and served by bots that... While most of the people in the country are out there without safety or enough Y-cones or medical care for their children who are born without enough change syringes. Not that I think the change is a good. I'm confused about the change, I know it. But the reason I've always been different is that I want something nobody can have. Jackson says nobody can have it because it doesn't exist. I want the truth that is real and solid, and you can use to help you figure out how to live your life, and what that life is supposed to mean. Oh, I know there's no such thing as that kind of truth, absolute truth, and it's stupid and naive to go looking for it, but I did. I tried to, anyway. I had Thomas help me search through Christianity, and Zen, and Yagaism, and Hinduism, and the text of the scientific change. I'm not very smart, sister. Something may have gone wrong with my in vitro fertilization, and maybe I don't understand much of what Thomas brought me. But I did try. And it seems to me that those beliefs all contradict each other, all say different things, and if so, how can they all be true? And then they also contradict themselves internally, with different parts of their own beliefs that don't fit with each other, or don't fit with what I see all around me in the world. So how can any of them be true? They're not. But then I'm left with nothing except this longing, and nobody else I know seems to feel it, so I end up so alone I think I'll die. I've seriously thought of suicide. But what that would do to Jackson, who already feels so responsible for me, I can't. I can't. It wouldn't be right. Only, how do I know what's right if I can't find out what's true? And so I go on living in this void, and sometimes the emptiness is so big and dark and thick, I feel that I'll suffocate, or that I'm so lost I can't ever be found. Can't find myself, I mean, except that myself isn't what I want. It's too small to find nothing but myself. Teresa stopped, gasping. What had she been saying? Pouring out all that to this stranger, this poised woman whom she didn't even know, like some sort of whining baby? You are right in your search, Sister Anne said, but wrong in your conclusions. She spoke with utter conviction, and yet Teresa felt confused. She didn't think she'd stated any conclusions, hadn't been able to come to any. Wasn't that the problem? I don't understand, sister. How old are you, Miss Aronow? 18, she said, and waited for the smile. It didn't come. You say the beliefs you've examined, from Yagaism to Zen, all contradict each other, as well as being either internally inconsistent or inconsistent with your observed experience, and therefore all cannot be true. That is your error. What? Teresa cried. What's my error? They are all true, every last one of every belief you named, plus atheism, druidism, cannibalism, and devil worship. Teresa gaped at her. The fact is, my lost child, that truth is not so simple. It is solid and large and bright enough to banish the darkness, but it is not simple. I don't understand, Teresa faltered. She had a sudden picture of Cassie watching Sister Anne from the corner of the white-walled room. Cassie with her head tilted, her golden eyes scornfully bright, smiling at them both, always smiling. Irony, Tessie, don't lose your irony. Everything is true under different circumstances. Men are good and men are sinful. God is all-powerful, and God cannot choose for each soul. Love is greater than justice, and justice greater than love. How else could the church have changed over more than 2 millennia and still be the church? Sometimes heretics must be rooted out and destroyed, and sometimes heretics must be embraced, and sometimes heretics are we ourselves. All of it is true. But humankind cannot see all of truth at once, and so in each age we see what we can. There are fashions in truth as in all else, and under the fashions the largeness abides. But, sister, if everything is true, then the task of the searcher is to set aside the egotism of perception and see as much of God as each can. The egotism of perception. Teresa struggled with the concept. You mean we can't see it all, so we must trust the rest is there, on faith? That's part of it, but there's more involved. We must literally set aside the smallness of our perceptions, the limits of our perceptions, and see what was hidden to us before. But how? And then more quietly, how? Sister Anne stood and walked to the door. She opened it, and the glorious sound swept back into the room. 30, 50 voices raised in song, ardent and pure, a rush as heady and perfumed as the smell of summer nights. Teresa closed her eyes and leaned forward, as if the singing were a physical stream, and she lowering herself into it. Like that, Sister Anne said. Irony is always the best defense against self-delusion, Cassie said. It's also the best defense against the risk of any genuine feeling, Sister Anne said quietly. And Teresa's eyes flew open, and her heart sped until she realized she must have spoken Cassie's words aloud. Teresa stood, too, although she couldn't have said why. Vespers rose and fell around her, a sea of sweet sound, palpable and powerful as a rush of fresh water. Again her heart sped, but this time without any risk of an attack. Her breathing was calm and deep. Yes, something said inside, a deep part of her mind. Yes, yes, yes. The nun watched her closely. Very few people actually belong in this order, Miss Aronell. Teresa said, I do. And it seemed to her she had never spoken with such confidence in her life. It was over then. The uncertainty, the lostness, the tremendous fear, above all the fear of the strange, the alien, the different. Over. She was home. Sister Anne smiled. To Teresa, her smile blended with the glory of the music, was the music. I think maybe you do. Would you like to have the preliminary blood and cerebral spinal tests now? Teresa smiled back. Tests? To use as an eventual base for your customized neurofarms. My what? We customize the mix for each postulant, of course. Our lab, which we share with the Jesuits in Saranac Lake, is as advanced at this work as any in the world. Your mix will match anything available in Boston or Copenhagen or Brasilia for any purpose. Teresa said woodenly, I don't take neurofarms. You have never taken any like these, certainly. For this purpose, with this result, not yet. I don't take them at all. Dizziness rushed over her, displacing the music. She reached for the back of the chair with both hands. I see, Sister Anne said, just as you are unchanged. But Teresa, they are not the same thing. Neurofarms, for the greater glory of God. What did you think I meant when I said we set aside the egotism of perception? That's a cortical thalamic function. I don't know what I thought, Teresa mumbled. The dizziness grew worse. She clutched the back of the chair. Our neurofarms modify activities in the mammillothalamic tract, cortical association areas, and dorsomedial nucleus, no different from modifying biochemistry through fasting or frenzied prayer in other ages. We merely break down the neural barriers to increased levels of attention, perception, and integration of various conscious states, to better know and glorify God. I have to leave now, Teresa gasped. The room whirled, and her throat closed. She couldn't breathe. There was no air. But my child, I have to go. I'm sorry. She stumbled through the open door of the room. Vespers rose around her, stronger as she staggered blindly along the corridor. Glorious, fervent, heartbreaking. Teresa yanked at the convent door. It wouldn't open. She couldn't talk to order it open. Gasping, she beat on the wood until someone she couldn't see through the whirling confusion, someone behind her, opened the door for her, and she fell through. The door closed, cutting off the music. When she could breathe again, Teresa sat for a long time in her car. Then she lifted it and flew south. The first tribe she came to had housed itself for the winter in the remains of a pre-Change Wars liver town. The 3 undestroyed buildings were liver colors, fuchsia, mint, and bright red. Beside the red building stretched a huge sheet of heavy plastic over churned-up earth, a feeding ground. Beyond it lay a pile of broken machines, scooters, and bots, and what looked like water pipes. People, made small and non-threatening by the air car's height, stopped moving and looked up, hands shading their eyes against the cold winter sun. Teresa couldn't see their faces. She didn't try to go down to them, or even to lower her altitude. Instead, she powered down the window and dropped out the package of change syringes, 16 of them, all that Jackson had left in the house safe. The syringes were wrapped in non-consumable flowered dress cloth. The cloth might tear when it landed, but nothing could shatter Miranda Sharifi's change syringes. As soon as the packet hit ground, Livers ran toward it. Teresa didn't wait. She flew south, back to Manhattan East, knowing she was a hypocrite. She didn't believe change syringes were good for people, but she was giving them to Livers for their children. She didn't believe neurofarms could be the path to meaning, but the Sisters of Merciful Heaven felt that their lives were meaningful, whereas she, Teresa, felt her life was shit. She believed that pain was a gift, a signpost to the soul, but she let herself be fed by bots and coddled by Jackson and protected by bioweapon security systems so that she didn't have to fear too much pain. And all the while, Cassie rode with her in the front seat of the car, scornful and concerned and impatient and loving and dangerous, saying, "Irony, Tessie, don't lose your irony." I never had any to lose, Tess thought, and opaqued the car's windows so she didn't have to see outside. So she could put her head in her hands and wonder what, if anything, could be left for her to try next. "You did what?" Jackson said. He spoke very slowly, as if his words were slippery, and he had to keep a firm hold on them. "I gave them to a tribe of Livers," Teresa said. "You gave all the rest of my change syringes to a tribe of Livers." "What tribe?" "I don't know, just a random tribe." "Where?" "I don't remember." Jackson laced his fingers together tightly. "Why?" "Because they need them, or their babies will get sick and die." "But Tessie, I needed them too, for babies born to my patients. Did you know they were the last syringes I had?" "Yes," she whispered. She had never seen her brother like this, so quiet. No, that wasn't right. Jackson was usually quiet, but not like this. "Teresa, I need the tools of my trade to help people. I need syringes. And Miranda Sharifi isn't providing any more. You know that. Every doctor in the country is running out of change syringes and can't get any more. How am I supposed to help my newborn patients without the syringes?" "You can doctor them, Jackson." She'd had time to think about this. She was calmer than when she'd first arrived home. A little calmer. "The people in our enclave have you. Those liver babies out there don't have anything. And I wanted—" She stopped. Jackson said with a choking noise in his voice, "You wanted to give them something." "I need to give somebody something," Teresa cried. Jackson turned away toward the window. He stood with his back to her, looking out at the park. Teresa took a step toward him, halted. "Don't you see, Jackson?" "I see," he said, which made her feel a little better, even though he didn't turn around. "And you can help the people in our enclave, too," Teresa said. "You can help them the way you went to school to learn to do. After all, you're a doctor, aren't you?" But this time, Jackson didn't answer her at all. Interlude. Transmission date, January 5th, 2121. 2. Selene Base, Moon. Via AT&T Comlink Satellite 4. Hallsat 643-K, China. Message type, unencrypted. Message class, no class, not a legal transmission. Originating group, not identified. Message. You give us change syringes, so we become dependent on you non-humans. Then you withdraw the syringes, so we'll starve and sicken. What's that but genocide? You think no one knows what you're really doing? Not so, bitch. There are groups all over America that know what's really going on, what your plan is. Weaken us, control us, and then attack. It won't work. Some of us, undiluted by the fucking cowards that call themselves our government, will be waiting for you to come down from your hiding place. Sleepers are stronger than you think, and we value our God-given and Constitution-given freedoms. Too many Americans have died the past 350 years for us to let our freedoms go without a fight. Remember that. Acknowledgement? None received. 9. On December 31st, Jackson sat in his apartment watching news grids he didn't really want to see and resisting the idea of going to Willoughby County on this last day of legal voter registration for the April special election. Yesterday's bloody conflict in San Francisco's Bay Enclave may have lasted less than an hour, said the handsome Gene Mod journalist over hollows of the attack. But the aftermath continues. Enclave Police Chief Stephanie Brunel expressed both outrage and puzzlement at that attack, allegedly motivated by a search for change syringes by the terrorist group calling itself Livers for Control. Police investigation is concentrating on how both Y-Shield and biodefense security systems could have been overridden by the underground group. By data dipping, you dips, Jackson thought. But nobody wanted to believe that, because it meant you had to believe livers were capable both of learning to manipulate sophisticated computer systems and of seizing power. And so much donkey effort, decades of effort, had gone into ensuring otherwise. Rotten educational software, lavish handouts of material goods, simple government-funded amusements that simply distracted. A political agenda that convinced those at the bottom that because they didn't have to work, they were actually at the top. Jackson changed the channel. Year's Eve celebration at the Mall Enclave in the nation's capital. Warmed to a summery 72 degrees in deference to this season's stunning bare-breasted evening gowns, the mall itself has been transformed for the sight of this most lavish gala. President and Mrs. Garrison will divide their time between dancing at... He changed the channel. Of the match, international chess champion Vladimir Voitinuik, here pondering his fourth move against challenger Guillaume. He changed the channel. Heading rapidly toward the Florida coast, where, unfortunately, a great many so-called liver tribes have chosen to winter. Although Hurricane Kate occurs late in the tropical hurricane season, winds of up to 130 miles per hour. Robocam of terrified livers, many almost naked, trying to dig safety ditches with shovels, sticks, even pieces of metal from what looked like broken bots. A close-up of a child being blown away from its screaming mother. Jackson, Teresa said. He hadn't heard her pad barefoot into the room. Quickly, he offed the news grid. Jackson, I need to ask you something. What, Teresa? She looked terrible. She'd lost even more weight. Anorexia nervosa had all but disappeared since the change. Feeding directly, the body knew what it needed. But Jackson thought that Teresa, unchanged, was on the verge of it. Below the hem of her loose flowered dress, he could see the long, light outline of her tibiae. And above the neckline, her clavicles stood out against the pale, floaty mass of her dry hair, like twigs against cloud. He despaired of what a proper workup would show. Deficiencies in bone density, white and red blood count, cerebrospinal transmitters, metabolic processes, nothing in balance. Cardiac, cortical, and even cellular-level stress clean off the scale. Plus biogenic amines the body produced only under pathological conditions, the kinds that signaled accelerated nerve cell death and permanent changes in the neural architecture. Tessie, you need to eat more. I've told you. You promised. I know, I will. But I get so wrapped up in my book. I do think it's going better. Some of the paragraphs almost say what I feel, what Lisha felt. But now, could you recommend a good program on Abraham Lincoln? Something not too hard, but clear about his life and politics? Abraham Lincoln? Why? But the second after he said it, he knew. Lisha Camden wrote a book about Lincoln. I think, from what Thomas told me, that it was considered important. And I know hardly anything about President Lincoln. Teresa had never been interested in history, had never, in fact, gone past the primary grade software. Jackson said, Why not just use the Camden book, then? His sister blushed. It's not adapted. And when I had Thomas read it to me, well, I think I need something easier. Will you help me? Of course, he said gently. And then, because he couldn't help himself, how is your book on Lisha going? Oh, you know. She swiped vaguely at the air with one hand. There's always a gap between the book in your head and the one on the page. It sounded like something Thomas had found for her in an indexed quotation program. She was fond of those. Did they give her the illusion of understanding? His heart ached with pity. Try Clear and Present software. Their hypertext explains things well. I don't remember the exact title you need, but Thomas can find it for you. Thank you, Jackson. She smiled at him, looking fragile as spun glass. Thomas can find it. Clear and Hear software? Clear and Present. He could see the knobby calcaneus in her bare heel, uncushioned by flesh, as she left the room. Jackson sat in front of the empty wall screen for several minutes. Syringe wars, attacks on enclaves, desperate livers, Teresa, Abraham Lincoln. He remembered a speech of Lincoln's floating up from the mental flotsam of his own school days. The ballot is stronger than the bullet. Nobody believed that anymore. Nobody he knew. Except Lizzie Francie. He landed his car a couple 100 feet from the tribe building, remembering how, nearly 2 months ago, scruffy liver young men had been all over it. Now, of course, one of those scruffy young men was supposedly a candidate for public office. Someone sauntered toward the car. Vicky Turner. Jackson rolled down the window. Cold winter air gusted in. Dr. Jackson Aronow, what an honor. I would have expected you to be at a New Year's Eve party somewhere. Have you come to share the final push toward Democratic voter registration? Or to satisfy yourself that we actually went through with it, instead of just giving up in typical liver fashion after our initial burst of ephemeral enthusiasm? Jackson frowned. I'm here to see how the project is going. Such non-evaluative language. Your med school psych professors would be proud of you. Actually, we're on our way to try one more time with a particularly recalcitrant group of non-registrants. Perhaps you could give us a lift. Ms. Turner, I checked on your credit rating. It's rotten. Presumably as a result of your arrest by the GSEA and the subsequent unpleasantness. But I don't believe for a minute that you don't have accounts stashed under other names in other places. Why not just buy your tribe an air car? You're wrong, Jackson. I don't have money stashed anywhere. I spent it all. On what? She didn't answer, smiling at him faintly, and suddenly Jackson knew. On the change wars. Whatever part Vicky Turner had played in that struggle to convince Americans that the syringes were not a sleepless plot to enslave livers, to convince Americans to stop killing each other over radical changes in biology, to convince Americans to stop attacking Washington because now they could, whatever Vicky had done, it really had cost her all her credit, and she didn't regret it. He blurted, "You make me feel ashamed." For an instant her face softened, and he saw something behind the brittle mask, something wistful and a little lonely. Then she smiled as before. Then you can atone for your deep civic shame by giving us a surreptitious lift to these reluctant voters. Jackson didn't answer. In that instant of unwitting vulnerability, she had again reminded him of Cassie, and he had again reminded himself of a bumbling dolt. Lizzie and Shockey walked toward the car. Lizzie carried Dirk, well wrapped against the cold. Shockey wore screaming yellow jacks and a lime coat, with antique soda can jewelry in his ears. On his right shoulder sat an odd lump. As he got closer, Jackson saw that it was a red, white, and blue flower, made of layers of plant-dyed rough-spun cloth wired together into a rosette. Vicky murmured, "And they never even heard of Jacobins." But the affectionate look she gave Lizzie was real. Shockey said, "Doctor, coming along you for the last big push? You might learn something." "True, Doctor," Vicky said. "We are, after all, making startlingly new political history with our grassroots movement toward democracy." "Damn right," Shockey said. The young man seemed to expand, raising the rosette on his broad shoulder another 2 inches. Hot air, Jackson thought. Lizzie almost danced with excitement, Her black hair stood out in more directions than Jackson imagined possible. If we can get these people to agree to register tonight, Dr. Aronow, we'll have 93% liver participation. 4,411 liver voters in the county for the winter. Now, you said that Susanna Wells Livingston wasn't a real candidate, just someone to run against Donald Thomas Serrano. And Serrano would get the vote of nearly every registered donkey. That's 4,082 votes. Even if we can't convince this tribe to register, we should still win. I should still win, Shockey said. All right, you should still win, Lizzie said. Jackson saw that she was too elated to bother arguing with Shockey. We're going to do it. Jackson glanced at Vicky. She nodded. You tell them, Jackson. Maybe she'll listen to you. Lizzie, Jackson said, and stopped. He hated to puncture her. How long had it been since he'd seen genuine enthusiasm for anything constructive? Lizzie, getting the edge in number of voter registrations won't guarantee you a win. There's 3 months before the actual April 1st election. In 3 months, Donald Serrano is going to do everything in his considerable power to convince your liver voters to vote for him. And every single donkey politician is going to help him, including Sue Livingston. Because if you win, it will set a potentially devastating precedent for electing outsiders to government. We're not outsiders, us, Shockey flashed. To the donkey political establishment you are. They do not want you and your kind making decisions that affect them and their kind. Not even the tiny peripheral decisions that a district supervisor gets to make. They want to keep you out, and they'll try to do that by buying the votes of every legally registered voter in Willoughby County, with Y-cones and music systems and med units and luxury foods and scooters and every other material pleasure they can offer right now, and you can only promise to try to obtain maybe in the future. Lizzie scowled over the sleeping baby. And you think we'll fall for that? Be bought like that? Jackson said quietly, you were bought like that for nearly 100 years. But no more. We're different now, us, since the change. We don't need you no more. Which is why we want you to give us a ride now, Vicky said. Earn your keep, Jackson. Lizzie, Shockey, get in the car. They did. Vicky gave him directions, and the four flew in silence for several minutes over rough country, littered with the debris of winter. Wind-fallen branches, withered scrub, soggy dead leaves, dells of deep snow. Finally, Jackson said, Do you want me to land right by their camp? Or shouldn't they see a donkey associated with this liver enterprise? No, Lizzie said, surprising him. You come too. These particular people, they should see you. The tribe, like so many, had passed the winter in an abandoned food processing plant. Jackson guessed this one had once processed apples from the gone wild orchards covering the low hills. No one came out to meet them. Lizzie, carrying the still sleeping Dirk, led the way around to the back of the building, where, under the usual plastic tent feeding ground, lunch was in progress. 60 or 70 livers lay or sat naked on the churned-up ground, soaking in both nutrients and sun. For a second, Jackson flashed on Terry Amory's party that Cassie had taken him to, but there was no danger of confusing the two. These livers were, well, Jackson hated to admit it because it echoed the worst kind of dehumanizing bigotry, the Ellie Lester kind, but it was the truth. The livers were repulsive. Hairy backs, sagging breasts, flabby bellies and thighs, graceless proportions, faces with features too squished together or too spread apart or not well matched to each other. It didn't even matter that everyone's cell-cleaner skin was smooth and healthy and blemish-free. Since his internship had ended, Jackson had seen mostly perfect gene-mod bodies. Now he remembered how purely ugly most of humanity was in comparison. Vicky murmured by his ear. Kind of a shock, isn't it, even for a physician? Welcome to Homo sapiens, the aristocrat among the animals, as Heinrich Heine remarked. Lizzie said without preamble, We're back, us, to talk to you some more about this here election. Janet, Arlie, Bill, Farla, you listen, you. "Do we got any choice, us?" said a flabby, grinning, naked, middle-aged woman with buttocks like deflated balloons. "Lizzie, you hand me that there sweet baby." Lizzie handed over Dirk and stripped off her clothes. Shocky and Vicky, with complete unself-consciousness, followed. Vicky grinned at Jackson. "When in Rome." He wasn't going to let any of them intimidate him. He stripped off his jacket and shirt. "Ooh, nice," the middle-aged woman said, and laughed at Jackson's discomfiture. "But Lizzie, tell us, why you brought this pair of donkeys, along with your so-called candidate." "Ain't nothing so-called about me, Farla," Shocky said good-naturedly. "I'm the next Willoughby County District Supervisor, me." Farla grinned. "Sure you are." Jackson was having trouble. He stood, slowly unfastening his pants, as slowly as he could. Livers were used to communal feeding nudity. So were donkeys, but ground feeding, done in softly lit and perfumed private feeding rooms, was very often sexual. Here, young men like Shocky were relaxed, naked, comfortable, flaccid. Jackson, for no good reason he could discover, had an erection. "Go on, Jackson," Vicky said softly. "Unveil the Jean Maud family lavalier." He turned to her angrily. Why did she always try to make things worse? And immediately things were worse. Her naked body was dizzyingly beautiful. Smaller breasts than Cassie's, but higher, narrower waist, slim hips, and long legs. Her pubic hair was reddish blonde, a pretty light fuzz, a veil over... "Oh my," Vicky said. "Your family got their money's worth." And then, a moment later, in a different voice, "Come on, Jack, laugh. It's funny. Don't you even see that?" He laughed hollowly, trying to exaggerate the hollowness, trying for irony. He knew he failed. Lizzie was giving her pitch. "If you all register between 11:15 and 11:50 tonight, like we told you, then no other donkeys can register themselves for the election. We got enough livers to win. If we win we can get the tax pool money and stock the warehouse at the county seat with whatever we need. You going to tell me there ain't stuff you need?" "Course there is," said a small, scowling elderly man. "And hell, I'd vote for you, Shocky. You been a mayor, you. 'Sides, I can remember when not all candidates was donkeys long before you kids was even born. But what I want to know, is what price the donkey's going to make us pay for electing one of our own." Shocky said, "Ain't going to be no price." "Ah, son, there's always a price. They always make a price, them." Shocky bristled. "Like what, Max? What could the donkeys do to us, them?" "What couldn't they do, them? They got weapons, police. They can change the goddamn climate, I hear me. At least a little ways. We're better off the way we are. We got everything we really need, and we don't attract no attention." "But that way things will never change, Lizzie cried. "We'll never get any place." The old man said, "Just as well. You keep your eyes on the sky, you're bound to stumble over the rocks." "But they got donkeys with them," another man said suddenly. "They ain't just livers, stumbling along with the rest of us." Lizzie said, "Vicky and Dr. Aronow aren't..." But Vicky interrupted her. Vicky looked right at the man. "That's right, they have donkeys with them. I'm Victoria Turner, formerly with the GSEA. And this is Dr. Jackson Aronow, a physician and owner of 10 Tech, a major corporation. Lizzie's not fighting alone. Any paybacks the donkeys try for beating them in the election, Dr. Aronow and I have the resources to counter." Jackson stared. The man said bluntly, "Why? Why you on Lizzie's side, you?" "My side," Shocky said, scowling. "Because," Vicky said, "I believe in this country." She reached over to the pile of Shocky's discarded clothing and tore the red, white, and blue rosette off the jacket shoulder. She held it out to the man, with overt sincerity, with cynical irony, with what Jackson finally perceived to be a protective camouflage over genuine belief. But Vicky didn't believe this election could really succeed. She'd said as much. She must believe in some deeper political commitment, of which this was only a first necessary defeat. The man snorted, but he took the rosette. The older man, Max, grinned. Farla said abruptly, "All right, Shockey, tell us what you gonna do if we elect you." Someone in the crowd giggled. "Yes, Shockey, make a campaign speech, you." "Well, I will, me. Now you livers listen, you, everybody." "Let arms yield to the toga," Vicky murmured. "Jackson, get comfortable. The people speak." It was dark before they left Farla's tribe. The debate went on all afternoon and early evening, as much, Jackson suspected, out of relish for the fighting as desire for information. People shouted and insulted and threatened and blustered. They moved indoors after feeding to the dark, warm den of battered chairs, sleeping cubicles created by makeshift partitions, craft projects and skinned rabbits, and an expensive terminal with a label from one of Ten-Tech's subsidiaries. Stolen? Vicky grinned at him. Y-cones kept the huge, depressing place warm. Were the cones some of the ones he'd sent Lizzie's tribe from Ten-Tech? Maybe Shockey, too, understood the value of voter bribery. At sunset, Dirk grew fussy. "He should be home," Lizzie said finally. "Grandma Annie's gonna get worried her. Dr. Aronow, drive us home, please." Jackson could see that the others were impressed by Lizzie's ordering him around. He had become a campaign asset. Plus public transportation. Without his air car, they would have faced a long, cold walk over the mountains. No, without his air car, they wouldn't have stayed so late or argued so hard. Vicky grinned at him. "I'm so excited," Lizzie said in the car. "Just a few more hours. Dirk, hush, sweet baby. Hush, dear heart. A few more hours, and 4,411. At least. Willoughby County livers'll register all at once." Shockey said, "You're sure, that all them bumpkins know the online procedure, them?" "Sam Bartlett and Tasha Herbert told all the tribes twice. Everybody knows what to do. It will work." And, to Jackson's faint surprise, it did. At 11 p.m., everyone except small, sleeping children gathered around Lizzie's terminal. She'd programmed a running tally sheet. Willoughby County voters divided into two columns, livers and donkeys. The number under donkeys in glowing three-dimensional universe Gothic remained constant. Every time the other tally added another 100 voters, an American flag flashed, music played, and a tiny figure pressed a ballot button on a tiny voting net. The entire display sent out hollow streamers, ending in simulated fireworks. Behind Jackson's left shoulder, Vicky said, "Sort of a blend of New Year's Eve, Scooter All-Stars, and Tammany Hall." "Get ready, everybody," Shockey said. "It's 11:48. Jackson watched the screen. Suddenly, the liver number jumped, then jumped again, passing the donkey number. Flags flashed, people cheered, almost drowning out "Sometimes a Great Nation." Annie Francie said, "Oh, my dear Lord." The numbers jumped again, and then came so fast that they looked animated, while projected hollow fireworks exploded, and all around him livers screamed and hugged each other and jumped up and down. Midnight. Livers, 4,450. Donkeys, 4,082. "We did it, us!" Shockey yelled. "Hooray for the next district supervisor of Willoughby County! Shockey! Shockey!" Shockey was lifted up by his feet and walked around the floor on his hands. Some liver triumphant ritual, Jackson assumed. All at once he felt very tired. His mobile rang. "Jackson, answer me, now." Cassie. How had she heard about this so damn fast? It was only 12:06. Did she just happen to be monitoring obscure voter registrations, or did she have a flag programmed to alert her to unusual political ripples? Suddenly, Jackson wanted to talk to her. He was going to enjoy this. He moved to a relatively quiet corner and stood facing the wall, holding the small screen so Cassie couldn't see the room. "Cassie, what are you doing up so early?" "Where are you, Jackson?" With friends? Why? Willoughby County, Pennsylvania has just registered an additional 4,450 voters minutes before the registration deadline. They're livers. Plus, a petition was filed to run a third candidate for Ellie Lester's vacant position as district supervisor. Jackson said, "You mean Harold Winthrop Whalen's position?" "He was senile. His granddaughter ran the office. To, I might add, Ten-Tech's considerable advantage. District supervisor, as you know, does more than stock warehouses. Behind the scenes, the office controls—" "No, you probably don't know. But Jackson, this is serious. Certain people anticipated something like this. That's why I found out about it immediately. It can't be allowed to become a trend. Livers in office. Jesus fucking Christ." "The voter registration was legal, wasn't it?" Cassie ran her hand through her dark curls. "That's the problem. It is legal. It's too late to register more donkeys. And we can't jig the program directly. The media will be all over this one. Just because it's a story. I've called Sue Livingston and Don Serrano, and their campaign programmers, and I think you should be at our meeting too. If only because Ten-Tech is potentially affected. Do you know how deeply we're invested in county and state bonds? Just to give one aspect of the situation." "No," Jackson said slowly. "I don't." "Well, I'll brief you. Ordinarily, I wouldn't bring you in on the political side of the company at all, but this time, Jackson, you've just never realized how important the political side is. Ten-Tech is political connections." "I thought Ten-Tech was a corporation for manufacturing necessary goods." Cassie sighed. "You would. Anyway, the meeting is at 9 in the morning, my place." Jackson said nothing. Behind him, the celebratory roar had muted to a happy babble. He felt someone's eyes on him, turned, and saw Vicky 3 feet away, unabashedly listening. "Jack?" Cassie's image said on the mobile's small screen. Vicky said softly, "If you don't tell her you helped us, she'll probably never know." "Jack, are you still there?" Vicky said, "You can just go to work again for the other side, protecting Ten-Tech's political tentacles. And losing what? Do you think you'd be losing anything, Jackson?" "Jack!" Jackson lifted the mobile. He angled the lens so that Cassie could see the tribe building, then Vicky, then himself. "I'm here, Cassie, at Willoughby. And yes, tomorrow morning I'll be at that meeting to disentangle Ten-Tech interests from voter results. But not to undo the voter results." Cassie gasped. Jackson broke the link before she could speak and instructed the mobile to disregard all calls for the next 6 hours. He turned to Vicky. "But I want you to know that if I'm not a vote tamperer, neither am I a political reformer. I'm a doctor." She said, "The situation doesn't require a doctor." "And do you always just become whatever the situation requires, no personal choice?" "That's right. I'm just a bunch of brain chemicals responding to stimuli." He said, "You don't believe that." "No, I don't. But do you?" she said, and walked away. Having had, he noticed, the last word. The livers sat in rows, now on scarred chairs, interrupting as Lizzie and Shockey and Billy Washington planned aloud. Jackson scanned the slouching bodies, misproportioned, ungraceful, uneducated, contentious, rude, dressed, barely, in tasteless, garish free-issue plastic and homespun rags, shouting stupid suggestions at each other motivated by greed or unrealistic expectations or orneriness or a complete ignorance of governmental structure. He left the political meeting and went home. 2. March through April 2121. Affiliation requires boundaries. A "we" must be defined on some basis if there are to be any obligations to the "we," and once there is a "we," there will be a "they." James Q. Wilson, The Moral Sense, 1993. 10. Jennifer sat at her desk in Sanctuary, drawing with a black calligraphy pen. It was amazing how relaxing she found this trivial art, using not a drawing program, but actual ink on paper. She allowed herself 20 minutes twice a day to draw whatever she chose, whatever came into her mind. A means of focusing your attention, Sanctuary's communications chief Carolyn Renly had said, which merely showed how little Carolyn understood her. Jennifer's attention did not need focusing. The drawing was a refreshing break in relentless attention. Her office, at the cylindrical orbital's arbitrarily designated south end, shared dome space with the Sanctuary Council Chamber. To the north, farms and living domes and labs and parks made a pleasant, orderly vista that curved gently into the sky. To the south, the office abutted the transparent, super-tough plastic ceiling the orbital. Jennifer's desk faced space. When she was younger, she had kept her console turned away from that blackness. In her office, at council meetings, Jennifer had always faced Sanctuary and its soft artificial sun. She had come over the long years in prison on Earth to understand that this was unallowable weakness. Now she placed her chair so that she always confronted space. Sometimes she faced a void, with stars too far for even sleepless technology, the unreachable escape. Sometimes she faced Earth, oppressively filling the window, reminding her of why her people needed escape. Jennifer contemplated both views, for the discipline. She could take her people no farther from the enemy. The moon, yes, but Miranda had gone there with her traitors. The gene mod generation who were supposed to be the way around genetic regression to the mean, ensuring that the sleepless continued to expand their superiority over sleepers, and who instead had betrayed their creators and loving parents, sending them to prison for treason. Mars was colonized by several nations, but most ambitiously by the new empire of China, powerful and dangerous. Sleepless there received a bullet in the back of the head. Titan belonged to the Japanese. They were spreading to the other moons of the solar system as well. More reasonable than the new empire, they nonetheless had never taken well to ethnic outsiders. In one generation, or two, or three, they might turn against a Saturn or Jupiter orbit sanctuary, just as the United States had turned against the original sanctuary on Earth. And then Jennifer's great-great-grandchildren would have to dance the whole bloody dance again. No, she could take her people nowhere else but this orbital, this fragile haven of titanium and steel built even before nanotechnology. Nor could she challenge Earth directly. She had tried that and failed, and spent 27 years in prison. When you had an enemy that hounded and reviled and murdered your people, an enemy that you could neither fight nor flee, then you must operate underground. Use cunning, stealth, turn the enemy's own weakness against him, and arrange it so he never knew what robbed him of his effectiveness. There was no overt triumph that way, but Jennifer had learned that she could do without overt triumph, provided that she gained what was most important, safety for her people. That was her responsibility. Responsibility, self-control, duty, the moral virtues without which no accomplishment was possible and no greatness. They had forgotten those virtues on Earth. Strukov, the classic mercenary, betrayed his own kind every time he engineered pathological viruses for money. The aristocrats of the new empire of China settled Mars, but left their own poor to struggle in the gene mod virus hell that warring factions had made of West China. And the American donkeys, who kept Sanctuary legally and financially tethered to the United States for the huge taxes the orbital paid, had abandoned their own morals to pursue empty pleasures in the Y-sealed enclaves. That left space. Sanctuary Orbital, the last bastion of responsibility to one's own, of responsibility, self-control, duty, of a morality that was able to look beyond the pleasure of the moment, the individualistic needs of any one person, to the needs of the community. The rest of the world had forgotten that community had a biological base as well as a social one. A human being belonged not only to those communities he chose, professional and geographical, but to that into which he was born. His first obligation must be loyalty to the community that had nurtured him, or the entire chain of nurturing generations broke down. And that loyalty must be a choice, not a mindless dogma. That was, finally, what it meant to be fully human. Not the pack loyalty of wolves, but that people could choose other than their pack, and choose not to. The moral choice. The sleepers, dazzled by the technology that should be servant and not master, had forgotten that kind of morality. Too bad for the sleepers. They would destroy themselves. It was Jennifer's task to make sure they were incapable of destroying Sanctuary first. She completed her ink drawing, an intricate geometric figure, the lines and angles as precise as if she'd used a protractor. She always drew geometric figures, but there were 4 minutes left in her drawing time. She started another figure at the bottom of the page. "Jennifer, something here you should see." Paul Alioni, Vice President of Finance for Sharifi Enterprises, stood in the doorway. Paul, like Carolyn Renly, had been one of the 12 sleepless behind the plan to force the United States to allow Sanctuary to secede. He, too, had been betrayed by his own grandchildren, had been convicted, had served 10 years in Allendale Federal Prison. He could be trusted. Jennifer swiveled her chair to fully face him and smiled. "Look," Paul said, handing her a sheaf of printouts. Jean Maud handsome, he still moved with the lightness of a young man, but then he was only 70. Carolyn's NewsGrid program flagged these among the Earth channels. The flag was Billy Washington. He's the liver who— "I remember who he was," Jennifer said. Sanctuary always monitored the Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency databanks, of course, along with most other governmental agencies. Billy Washington, his wife Annie Francie, and her child had been the first guinea pigs for Miranda's biological experiments. Along with a donkey GSEA agent in such deep cover that not even Sanctuary had been able to find out who he or she was. Paul said, "The program also flagged Lizzie Francie, Washington's stepdaughter. She's now 17. She and her so-called tribe are trying to elect a candidate to governmental office." "A liver candidate?" Jennifer scanned the printouts. Although they reflected the usual sleeper sensationalism, she was able to discern the facts under the bombast. Livers in Willoughby County, Pennsylvania, had registered to vote, something livers used to do faithfully, but did no longer since Miranda Sharifi had turned 80% of civilization back into nomads who followed neither game nor herds, but merely the sun. These Pennsylvania voters planned to elect their own candidate to county office in a special election April 1st. A liver candidate. Jennifer sat motionless, considering. Paul said, "In terms of our interest, there are 2 ways to look at this. One is that the more dissension among the sleepers, the more attention they'll devote to struggling with each other, and the less attention they could ever devote to us, no matter what we chose to do. The other negative view is that livers in power creates a second entity we have to protect against, and an unknown and less predictable one than the sleeper aristocracy. And those news grids do seem to assume that liver power is a possibility, even allowing for their hysterical exaggerations." Jennifer glanced again at the printout headlines. "The threat to effective government. We want to run things the liver way for a change," says PA candidate for district supervisor. "Letting the children run the orphanage, a reversal of 14th Amendment priorities." Legal oligarchy, a government whose biological time has finally come. How did it happen? Independent commission to investigate PA campaign outrage. Let my people go. The inappropriate formula that masks governmental disaster. Time to reconsider voter registration tests, declares Majority Leader Bennett. Paul said, "I ran the probabilities through an Eisler significance program. If this liver candidate wins the election, the system effects come out far more far-reaching than one county. It has an event index of 4.71. A liver win stands an 87% chance of becoming the nucleus of a fundamentally transformed system. Can he win? Jennifer said. No. Money? Of course. The donkey candidates will buy the election. Then our concern is a test site. Paul ran his hand through his hair, still thick and glossy brown. Sanctuary men wore their hair short and simply cut. So did sanctuary women. Jennifer's long black hair was an anomaly. She kept it in a knot low on her neck. Will said it made her look like a Roman matron. This was one of the few things Will had said lately that pleased her. Paul continued, I know we'd planned on testing Strukov's compound on a donkey enclave. After all, they're the target population. But using this livered tribe may be even better. We've had nothing to do with the election, neither incumbent nor challenger. No one would have reason to think us involved. But don't the liver voters winter in widely scattered places? Delivery of the compound would be much more difficult. Not really, Paul said. Willoughby County is mostly hills and low mountains. The winter climate is tedious. There are only 21 liver camps in the county. All of them have plastic-tented feeding grounds, easily penetrated by drones, and none of them have any kind of radar, which, of course, the donkey enclaves do. There's a map on the last page of the printout. Jennifer studied the map, and then the page of Eisler equations. She nodded. Yes, I see. If the livers lose this election, the system effects are negated? Everything is as it was before, and then we can go ahead with the enclaves. Yes, go ahead. This will make an interesting little pretest, as well as averting a large-scale systems change. Paul nodded. We want as few variables as possible for the big campaign. I'll advise Robert. He's handling the delivery negotiations. We'll have a report for you by the end of the week. Not Arab, Russian, French, or Chinese. And no one who is known to have ever before worked, however remotely, with Strukov. These men are Peruvian. Good. La Guerra de Dios? No, freelancers. And Strukov has agreed to work with them? He has, although only with his procedures, his locations, his security team. Naturally, Jennifer said. Schedule a meeting with Robert. For you and me and Carolyn? Also Barbara, Raymond, Charles, and Eileen. I want everyone to know everything the others do. Paul nodded, less happily, and left. He didn't understand, Jennifer thought. Paul would rather apportion knowledge according to each individual's contribution as if it were money. Why was it so hard for some of them, Paul, even Will, to grasp the moral principle of this? Sanctuary was a community. Those who led the community must act from responsibility, duty, loyalty. And no one could owe 1/3 less loyalty or duty than the others. Therefore, all 12 of the people who were going to make Sanctuary safe from the United States must share equally in the risks, the planning, and the knowledge. Anything less was to act not from morality, but from a desire for rank. That was what the sleepers did, the immoral ones. Jennifer swiveled her chair back to face her office window. It was full of stars. Rigel, Aldebaran, the Pleiades. Suddenly she remembered something she'd once said to Miranda so long ago, when Miri had been just a little girl. Jennifer had lifted Miri to the window in the Sanctuary Council, and a meteor had streaked past. Miri laughed and reached out her fat little arms to touch the beautiful lights in the sky. They're too far for your hand, Miri, but not for your mind. Always remember that, Miranda. Miranda had not remembered. She had used her mind, yes, but not to reach outward, upward. Instead, she'd used her boosted intelligence, which Jennifer Sharifi had given her, to wallow in the muck and dirt of sleeper biology, for the benefit of the sleepers who had betrayed Sanctuary, as had Miranda herself. The friend of my enemy is likewise my enemy, Jennifer recited aloud. Beyond the window, Earth moved into view. Sanctuary orbited over Africa, another place the sleepers had ruined. Her screen brightened. Carolyn again. But this time the communications chief looked shaken. Jennifer? Yes, Carolyn. We have some New data. Yes, go ahead. Not on link, Carolyn said. I'll come to you immediately. Jennifer didn't allow her composure to slip. As you wish. Can you say what the new data concern? They concern Selene. The screen blanked. While she waited for Carolyn, Jennifer wiped the nib of her calligraphy pen. Her 20 minutes were long since up. Looking down, she saw that while thinking of Miranda, she had gone on drawing, not even aware of what her hand sketched. On the thick white paper, outlined and cross-hatched, were the frontal, temporal, and parietal lobes of a human brain. Interlude. Transmission date, February 12th, 2121. To Selene Base, Moon. Via Lyon Ground Station, Satellite E-398, France. GLO Satellite 62, USA. Message type, unencrypted. Message class, not applicable, foreign transmission. Originating group, unnamed group, Saint-Jean, France. Message. Nous sommes les gens d'une petite ville en France qui s'appelle Saint-Jean. Nous n'avons plus de seringues de la santé. Maintenant, ici, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'enfants qui ne sont pas changés, mais que ferons-nous demain? S'il vous plaît, mademoiselle Chérifi, donnez-nous plus des seringues de la santé. Que sommes-nous obligés de faire pour vous persuader? Nous sommes pauvres, mais vous aurez les remerciements. Comme les riches, nous aimons les enfants, et nous avons peur de l'avenir. S'il vous plaît, n'oubliez-nous pas. Acknowledgement? None received. 11. You can't, Lizzie said to the sullen liver. Jackson, standing 75 yards away in a stand of oak still tattered with last year's withered leaves, wore zoom lenses and a receiver the size of a pea. He watched Lizzie's face struggle not to set itself into ridges of disapproval. She smiled the most hollow smile he'd ever seen. The man said even more sullenly, Shockey said him that I can. Shockey said you can? Yeah. Just a minute, please, Lizzie said. She walked away from the man, who stood just outside his tribe's feeding area, the usual stretched plastic tent. Inside, 20 naked livers were having lunch. It seemed to Jackson that every time he checked on Lizzie's tribe, he ended up watching naked livers have lunch. This time, however, 3 donkey reporters with cameras stood outside the enclosure, fully clothed, recording the meal. More robocams hovered inside. This particular group of livers, unlike some other tribes in Willoughby County, was enjoying its temporary notoriety. Jackson noted that 2 of the women had gold barrettes in their hair. Another, he suddenly saw, wore a necklace with what looked to the zoom like a diamond. More trouble. Lizzie walked up to Jackson, who was disguised as a liver. In the last 3 weeks, he'd grown a scraggly beard. He wore baggy blue jacks, a battered hat pulled low over his forehead, and the heaviest boots he'd ever had on in his life. The ground was a sea of mud. It had rained for 2 days straight, a hard-driving late March rain that threatened to resume. Jackson's boots were caked with mud. He'd walked with Lizzie over a mountain to this tribe. Livers didn't use air cars, and he was passing as a liver. So far, none of the swarming reporters had noticed him. He felt ridiculous. Lizzie leaned close to him in despair and whispered, He says Shockey said it was all right for them to accept the scooters. Well, do you think Shockey really said it? Jackson asked. His own opinion was yes. Shockey hadn't seemed to grasp Lizzie's idea that if the livers were going to vote for their own candidate on April 1st, they couldn't accept material objects or credit accounts from the other 2 candidates on March 25th. Reparations, Shockey called them, and where had he even learned the word? Bribes, Lizzie said, and she was right. Lizzie chewed her bottom lip. Harry Jenner says Shockey told him to accept the gifts, make no real promises, and then just vote for Shockey anyway. That was the way donkeys had done it for decades. Jackson said as much to Lizzie. But it isn't right, she said. and he was suddenly impatient. For her, so invested in this innocent, doomed legal revolution, for himself, standing here in the concealing shade of trees that didn't offer much shade because it was only March, itching in his non-porous synthetic jacks caked with mountain mud. The important thing is, he said, will Harry and his tribe actually vote for Shocky after accepting scooters and jazzy clothes and perfumed soaps and diamond necklaces? Or will they vote for the candidate giving them all this loot? Diamond necklaces? Lizzie said blankly. That girl closest to the plastic, the one with the long brown hair, is wearing a diamond necklace. Tiffany, I believe. Oh, my dear Lord. Jackson smiled. Lizzie would be upset to know that in moments of stress, even when she didn't talk liver, she sounded like her mother, the formidable Annie. Jackson didn't tell her. In the last 3 months hanging around this ridiculous campaign, he'd become fond of Lizzie. She was an odd combination of toughness and vulnerability. Sometimes she even reminded him of Teresa. Which was not nearly reason enough to have gotten involved in this quixotic project. So why was he? Look, Lizzie, it's 6 days until the election. You'll just have to trust Harry Jenner and all the rest of them that they'll vote for Shocky despite the gifts. Gifts, bribes, reparations. Do you think they'll vote for Shocky? Her black eyes pleaded. Actually, he said slowly, I do. I think the hatred left over from the change wars is stronger than liver greed. Or liver gratitude. Livers were exactly the opportunists that donkeys had made them. That's what Vicky says too, Lizzie said. Jackson didn't want to discuss Vicky, who'd been left behind to keep order in campaign headquarters, and who was so much a part of Shocky's tribe that she didn't have to stand here in the mud dressed like something she was not. We don't need the adverse effect of your known presence, she'd said to Jackson. And you don't need the adverse effect on your, medical career. Yeah, right. Okay, Lizzie said. I won't tell them to give back the scooters and other things, but I will tell them again how much they need to vote for Shocky. Well, do it now. That reporter is starting to look interested in you again, and in me. See you back at camp. Right, Jackson said, and tramped off back through the woods. After a few miles, he was hot enough to open his jacket and then to remove it. The hat he kept on. Reporters with no better story to pursue had used air cars and Zoom cams to record this campaign, which was, depending on the NewsGrid channel, an outrage against common sense, a threat to what remained of civil order, an unimportant footnote to political history, or a cosmic joke, sometimes all at once. Even to Susanna Wells Livingston and Donald Thomas Serrano. Last week, Jackson, a spy in the enemy camp, had attended a fundraiser for Don Serrano. He'd learned that the donkey candidate wasn't really worried. I've spread around all kinds of benefits to my constituency, Serrano told him. Since when can't you buy a liver? Jackson had just nodded. Wasn't that exactly what he himself had believed, until Lizzie Francie tumbled into his life from 8 feet up a factory wall? The election, however, was not a cosmic joke to Cassie. To avoid her, Jackson had temporarily moved out of his apartment, and under another name into a hotel in Pittsburgh Enclave. Not a luxury hotel. The place served mostly techs, those marginal donkeys whose parents had been able to afford only limited gene mods, usually for appearance. Techs worked for a living but never ran anything. Jackson came and went quietly among them. He talked to Teresa, the only person with his physical address, daily, on what he hoped was a sufficiently shielded link. That Cassie couldn't find him gave Jackson an odd satisfaction, almost as great as the satisfaction of knowing she was looking. It took him 3 hours to hike back to Lizzie's tribe. The late afternoon sun slanted over the mountain tops, dark green with pine and white with lingering patches of snow. The other voter-checking teams would be straggling in as well, after arduous trips to check the loyalty of the other voters. So why was he involved in all this? Because Cassie hated it? Not reason enough. Not nearly enough. Because he was sick of his life, his class, his pointless activities? Not reason enough. Because babies without change syringes were dying across the country? This election wouldn't help those suffering infants. Even if livers won every goddamn election for the next 6 years and controlled every political office from president to game warden, un-Gene Mod carpetbaggers in their own appalled capitals, it wouldn't create more change syringes. Only Miranda Sharifi and the supers could do that, and they had not. They didn't even answer the transmissions to Selene, city of exile under the surface of the moon. Jackson stopped in the shadow of a huge, fragrant pine, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and braced himself for the hallucinogenic hollow reality of campaign headquarters. It started a quarter mile before the camp with the candidate. "Who the hell are you?" the girl said. She raised her face from Shocky's, who chivalrously had chosen to lie underneath, separated from the mud by a blanket of blaring orange. The girl, naked from waist to expensive boots, sat astride him. She didn't move off when Jackson bumbled over a slight rise between the trees and into their barely hidden dell. Jackson dropped his eyes, not to avoid looking at her, but vice versa. He'd already seen her. Maybe 17, with Gene Mod green eyes and long black hair. A donkey girl, slumming. Jackson was supposed to be a liver. How would a liver react? Jackson shuffled his feet as if embarrassed and kept his eyes on her boots. They were calf-high, Italian leather undoubtedly nano-coated so her feet wouldn't consume them, caked with mud. Above them, the girl's perfect thighs prickled with goosebumps. The March air was cool. She said slyly, "You a reporter?" Not Gene Mod for IQ, clearly. Jackson mumbled, "No, I'm not me." Shockey had recognized him. He pulled the girl back toward himself. "Just a gawker, him, Alexandra. Come gawk instead at me." She giggled. "In this position?" But she kissed him. Shockey kept his eyes open and glared at Jackson. "Go away." He did, wondering if Alexandra was a thrill-seeker, a political distraction, a professional bribe, or an attempt at scandal. Jackson hadn't seen any robocams. Still, hadn't Vicky Turner warned Shockey? Some of his constituents wouldn't be pleased to see their liver candidate, the antidote to donkey corruption, rolling around in the concupiscent mud with a donkey who looked like Alexandra. Jackson turned, cupped his hands, and yelled, "Shockey! Company coming, you! Sharon and the baby!" Maybe that would do it. At the camp, only 2 reporters roamed around. One was interviewing Scott Morrison, a buddy of Shockey's. "We're going to win this here election, us, and next year we'll take the goddamn presidency." "I see you're wearing a gold chain," the reporter said smoothly. "A contribution from Citizens for Serrano, perhaps?" "It's an heirloom," Morrison said solemnly. "From my great-grandmother, her. She was a flat-screen actress." "And the scooter beside you?" the robocam whirred. The reporter didn't bother to hide his sneer. "Also left over from great-grandmama." What had happened to Vicky? A group of livers whom Jackson had never seen before slouched sulkily outside the plastic-tented feeding ground. Travel-stained, dirty. The tribe got a few such groups each week. Coming from beyond Willoughby County, they'd seen the fuss on the news grids. Some groups looked thoughtfully interested. Some were contemptuous of livers willing to soil themselves with the donkey work of politics. Some had just heard about the scooters and jewelry and wine from the non-candidate affiliated citizen groups for Serrano. Already one scooter had been stolen. Tribe members stuck together now in clumps, which was why all of them were within filming distance of the feeding ground. Except, of course, the candidate, who was enjoying the benefits of fame on his back in the woods. Where the hell was Vicky? Annie bustled out of the building with Dirk in her arms. She saw Jackson, scowled ferociously, and then remembered she wasn't supposed to know him. Immediately, she looked disdainfully away, like a fastidious duchess ignoring a dead fish. Her gaze landed on another party of slumming donkey kids, sneering from the safe shadow of a flashy air car. 2 of the kids carried inhalers. The second reporter was interviewing them. Fortunately, Jackson was too far away to hear the conversation. And then another car landed, and Cassie leaped out with the new 10-Tech chief engineer. Jackson turned his back. Purposefully, he strode toward the building and ducked inside. What was she doing here? Since the meeting a few months ago about 10-Tech's political connections, of which Jackson had understood about half, he'd had Carolyn, his personal system, do some research. 10-Tech had a diversified portfolio, but much of it Carolyn couldn't trace through legal DBs, even with Jackson's access codes. Jackson had never paid much attention to 10-Tech. His father had done that until he died. Then his father's attorney had managed most of it while Jackson was in medical school. When he'd married Cassie, she had gradually taken over, and Jackson had been glad to let her. Where was 10-Tech's money, and why was so much of it seemingly connected to the state of Pennsylvania when 10-Tech was incorporated in New York? Cassie seemed to have a lot of personal friends in various Pennsylvania corporations and government agencies. Jackson had finally, without telling Cassie, hired an independent accountant, who had yet to report back to him. Maybe Cassie had detected the accountant's inquiries, or maybe she came just to look for him. He cracked the door, peering from dimness into sunlight. Cassie stood talking with Billy Washington, Lizzie's stepfather. At least it was Billy, the sanest person in the tribe. Cassie couldn't follow Jackson into the camp building. Vicky had insisted that no outsiders under any circumstances be allowed inside. She'd installed a primitive scanning system. If anyone not carrying a sensitized chip tried to pass the door, an alarm sounded. It was a simple system to fool, but so far no one had bothered. Jackson fingered the chip in his pocket. Cassie's dark curls gleamed in the spring sunshine. Her high white boots and severe black suit looked fresh and trim. Gesturing at Billy, she flung up an arm, and her full right breast lifted, trembled, fell. What was she doing here? What was he doing here? Through the cracked door, Jackson saw Shocky stroll in from the woods. The donkey beauty wasn't with him. Sharon stormed toward Shocky across the withered grass, her face furious. Annie yelled at a reporter. Billy left Cassie, started toward Annie, and was waylaid by a sneering slummer who ventured away from his air car long enough to thrust his inhaler under Billy's nose. Billy reeled. Scott Morrison lunged at the donkey kid, tackling him. Both robocams zoomed in on the fight. The candidate jumped another donkey teenager, and Sharon screamed. Annie, still carrying Dirk, rushed to Billy, now smiling emptily. Dirk began to wail. Sharon went on screaming. Cassie threw back her head and laughed, an ugly sound that somehow carried over the other din. She mouthed something at the 10-Tech engineer, and Jackson read the words on her lips. The American political process in action. He closed the battered building door. All of them were fools. Jackson had been a little surprised to find that so many livers stuck doggedly to voting for Shocky, even as they accepted bribes from the other side. Shocky would clearly win the election, but in the long run he was afraid it would make no difference whatsoever. Shocky would win not because livers were in the power ascendancy, but because the donkeys had taken this campaign only half seriously. They'd used the carrot but not the stick, spreading around their baubles and assuming the problem was solved. When on election day they learned it wasn't, they would retire the carrots. Liver camps were unprotected, untechnological, unarmed. The next liver candidate for any public office would lose. Jackson was assisting at an historical fluke, an unrepeatable improbability for which he was risking all status with his own people, which made him the biggest fool of all. Somewhere in the building, someone was weeping. He made his way through the gloom, past the decrepit communal furniture, through the maze of makeshift walls, of boards, upended sofas, broken shelving, strung homespun curtains. The sobbing grew louder. He passed the tribe's weaving bot, patiently turning out yards of ugly dun cloth from whatever raw organic materials were dumped into the hopper. The bot hummed softly. Behind them, in the farthest of the ramshackle cubicles against a windowless wall, Jackson found them. A boy, facing away from Jackson, bent over almost double, The boy's back was thin, and through the holes in the clothing, deeply freckled. Vicky stood beside the boy, one arm around his skinny shoulders, almost holding him up. When the two turned, Jackson saw that the boy huddled over a baby in his arms. Vicky said somberly, "I was just coming to look for you." Jackson reached for the baby. He saw immediately that it was dying, probably of some mutated microorganism that had already destroyed the immune system. The infant's mouth was patchy with candidiasis. Its skin was mottled with subcutaneous hematomas. The wasted little cheeks stretched tightly over the small skull. Jackson heard the baby's lungs labor to keep breathing. On its neck stuck two patches, blue and yellow, broad-spectrum antibiotics and antivirals. Vicky always carried them. They wouldn't help. It was far too late. The boy gasped. "You the doctor? This is my daughter, her. Can you give her a change syringe? We didn't have none in my tribe. No place else neither. I heard me about this place." "No," Jackson said. "I don't have any more syringes." Vicky stared at him, stunned. Clearly, she had expected a different answer, not, of course, knowing that Teresa had cleaned out Jackson's meager supply. The boy said, "You don't have no syringes, you? Really?" "Really," Jackson said. "But ain't you a doctor? A donkey doctor?" Jackson didn't answer. No one else spoke. The silence stretched on, painful. Finally, Jackson nodded miserably, and then shook his head. He couldn't meet the young father's eyes. The boy didn't argue or explode or even start sobbing again. In the slump of his thin shoulders, Jackson saw resignation. The boy hadn't actually expected real help. He'd never had it. He'd come here because he hadn't known what else to do. Vicky said tightly, "Will you do what you can, Jackson?" She had already fetched his bag from its pocket in the tribal junk. Jackson went through futile motions. When he'd finished, the boy said, "Thank you, Doctor," and Jackson's humiliation was complete. "Come with me," Vicky said, and he followed her, basely glad to go, not caring where. Livers had come in from outside and sat talking animatedly in the communal chairs. Vicky led him around the maze of cubicles, through a curtain stretched between a wall and a long upended table. "No one will come here, Jackson." "Where's that baby's mother?" Vicky shrugged. "You know how it is. They get pregnant so easily. Nothing can go wrong in their bodies. Everyone raises the kids tribally. Anyone who doesn't want to be bothered with an infant doesn't have to be." "Then it's wrong. This new social organization the change has created, it's all wrong." "I know." "You know? I thought you were the biggest advocate of what Miranda Sharifi gave the world." "I'm the biggest advocate of adjusting to it. So far, we haven't done that." He hadn't ever seen her like this. Somber, straightforward, unprotected by amused detachment. He didn't like it. She was unsettling like this. To escape her eyes, he looked around the cubicle and realized it must be hers. The cubicle held nothing different from any other tribe members. Pallet on the floor, scarred bureau cluttered with handmade jewelry, clothes hanging on pegs. Nothing as expensive or incongruous as the Jansen Segura Terminal and Crystal Library in Lizzie's cubicle. Yet the small space looked donkey, not liver. In the colors, muted and harmonious. In the arrangement of furniture. In the single spray of willow, placed in a black clay bowl, with an almost oriental spareness and grace. She said, "Did you realize you were crying, holding that baby?" He hadn't. He swiped at his wet cheeks, disliking her for having noticed, at the same time that he was grateful for her not exposing his tears to the livers laughing in the middle of the building. He said, because he had to say something, "They suffer. Not here, in this tribe, but other places, without as many resources, they live so. The poor have always lived in a different country from the rich, in every age, and no matter how physically close their houses were." "Please don't lecture me on." "Look at this, Jackson." She opened her top bureau drawer, pulled out a hollow recorder and said to it, "Play recording 3. When she handed it to Jackson, he took it. The miniature screen replayed a newscast. From a donkey channel, the tone hovered somewhere between bemusement and contempt. The program, no more than 2 minutes long, interviewed one of a group of doctors in Texas who had set up a Y-shielded clinic just outside the Austin enclave to treat unchanged liver children. "It's necessary," said a tired-looking young physician who needed a haircut. "They're in pain. What Miranda Sharifi is letting happen here is criminal." The recorder stage went dark. Vicky snorted. "What Miranda is letting happen. We still don't take responsibility." "Who's we?" he snapped. "Sometimes you use we for livers, sometimes for donkeys." "So what? Jackson, there are more and more unchanged kids. They need doctors." He saw again the weary face of the physician in the hollow, the security shield around the clinic, the livers who had attacked his apartment building while Teresa was there. Despite his fondness for the irrepressible Lizzie, he didn't want to practice among livers. It wasn't what he had trained for. "Compassion is a lot easier to feel than act on, isn't it?" Vicky said. "But not nearly as satisfying in the long run. Believe me, I know." He said dryly, "I haven't yet seen you when you thought you didn't." Vicky laughed. "You're right." She leaned over and kissed him. It caught Jackson by surprise. What was she doing? Surely she wasn't kissing him just because he'd been crying over a liver kid. Was she? She didn't seem But then all thought left him. Her lips were soft, thinner than Cassie's, her body taller and less rounded. Her mouth clung briefly, pulled away, returned. Jackson pulled her to him, and a shock went through his torso, sweeping downward from his mouth through his chest, to end with a sharp, pleasurable jolt in his penis. He tightened his arms around her. Vicky pulled away. "Give a clinic some thought," she said. "Between your other worries, of course." "Here she comes." Jackson became aware that an alarm was sounding, had been sounding just beyond the edge of his attention. Over it, he heard Cassie yelling, "Jackson, I know you're in here someplace. Jack, damn it, I want to talk to you." Vicky smiled. Very deliberately, she drew back her curtain and called, "Over here, Cassie, we're over here." Cassie strode through the ridiculous maze of shabby furniture. She took in the scene all at once. Jackson beside Vicky's bed, Vicky standing with one hand gracefully holding back the curtain, Jackson's face flustered, and Vicky's sly. Cassie stood very still. "We're finished here," Vicky cooed. "See you later, Jackson." She winked at him. He was afraid to meet Cassie's eyes. April 1st, Election Day, was wet. When Jackson woke in a stuffy cubicle in the Tribe building in Willoughby County, he heard the rain clattering on the roof. He had not planned to be here, but yesterday he'd hiked into a barrage of robocams and reporters, 2 of whom had tried to pin him against the building wall to identify him. They'd been close enough to see his Jean Maud eyes. He'd shoved them off and escaped into the building, where Lizzie insisted that if he didn't want to be recognized, he should stay all night. Vicky was gone to another tribe. Jackson was just as glad. He lay on the hard pallet of non-consumable fabric, staring in the dim gloom at 2 walls made of foam cast, one of what appeared to be discarded sheet metal braced with broken chair rungs, and one of dun homespun curtain. Hanging on the sheet metal was a hand-worked sampler in lavender yarn and crimson. "Welcome, stranger." From this he deduced that he had been put in the tribe's guest room. He stood up, stretched, pulled on his pants, and followed the general morning noise to the center of the cavernous building. "Morning," Lizzie sang. Her black eyes sparkled. She wore outdoor clothes and hiking boots. Dirk lay in a turquoise plastic box on the floor, waving his fat fists and trying to capture his bare toes. "Today's the day." "Where's Shockey?" Jackson asked. He badly wanted a cup of coffee, which he was not going to get. At breakfast. So's nearly everybody else who wants to be naked on the news grid. Are you hungry? No, Jackson lied. Good. This would be a good time to get you away before the reporters really arrive. Most of them went home for the night and the rest are at the feeding ground. Polls are open from 9 to noon. I'm going to duck out the back way to meet Vicky at your car, and then we're both going to check on the Wellsville tribe. Want to come? If you're meeting at my car, I guess I'm walking with you that far. Did you eat, Lizzie? I can't. I'm too excited. Oh, Mama, here's Dirk. I nursed him already. Annie emerged from her cubicle, frowned at Jackson, and picked up her grandson. The frown wasn't serious. Annie was uneasy around donkeys, but she'd softened toward Jackson when she realized he disliked Vicky. Did he dislike Vicky? He hadn't seen her in the last week since he'd kissed her. He didn't want to see her, or Cassie, or even Lizzie. He wanted to find his car, fly home, and have a cup of coffee. He knew he was lying to himself. Morning, Annie, he said. Are you headed out for breakfast? Not with them cameras, me, she sniffed. Billy, he went to fetch us some good soil and bring it inside. We'll eat us in decent privacy, thank you very much. Lizzie hid a grin. She grabbed Jackson's hand and led him to a small door, so far undetected by the robocams, cut by Billy in the back of the building and hidden behind weeds and bushes. The door was so low that Lizzie and Jackson had to crawl through on hands and knees. Foam cast didn't cut easily. Lizzie, where did Billy get a tunable laser saw to cut this door with? Lizzie grinned back over her shoulder. I found a way to dip one just last month, but I'm not going to tell you how. They escaped into the rain, which had lessened to a drizzle. Even so, Jackson was wet and cold by the time they reached the air car, which was disguised under an opaque Y-shield. Vicky sat on the shield, smearing mud across it with her Jax-covered rump. Morning, Lizzie. Jackson. Vicky, how is everything at Max and Farless camp? Fine. Everybody up, dressed in their best clothes and finest jewelry, gathered around the terminal and ready for political immortality. She smiled at Jackson, who smiled thinly back. 15 minutes till the poll opens, Lizzie said. I guess I'm going to vote at Wellsville. Vicky said, Let's do it here. Here? How? I'm sure Jackson has a comm link in the car capable of official channels. Don't you, Jackson? We can sit right here in a donkey vehicle and elect the first liver politician in decades. Lizzie laughed. Let's do it, Vicky said. Jackson? He looked at all three of their mud-stained, rain-soaked clothing and decided he must be nuts. Sure, why not? Oh, I'm so excited, Lizzie burbled. He unlocked the car and they crowded in. Jackson activated the comlink, asked for the official government channel, and accessed the polling program. At 9 o'clock, he looked at Lizzie. She leaned solemnly forward. Lizzie Francie, Citizen ID CLM-03-9645-957, to vote in the special election for District Supervisor of Willoughby County, Pennsylvania. Citizen number verified. Please place your left eye against the icon for retina scan. She did. Verified. The registered candidates for District Supervisor of Willoughby County are Susanna Wells Livingston, Donald Thomas Serrano, and Shaki Tour. For which candidate do you vote? Lizzie said clearly, For Shaki Tour. 1 vote for Shaki Tour, officially recorded. I did it, Lizzie breathed. Vicky, you next. Vicky voted. Jackson, not registered in Willoughby County, felt his chest tighten. Lizzie would have her win, but it was the only one the livers would get. She had no idea the forces that the established power structure could bring to bear once they took a threat seriously. He looked out at the dreary, rain-soaked woods. A bedraggled chipmunk darted by. Quick, Lizzie said. Get a running total. Lizzie, it's only 9:03. Okay, then get a newsgrid channel. Vicky did. Channel 14 was covering the story. Jackson gazed at a robocam shot of the tribe's familiar feeding ground, now empty. Everyone must have gone inside to vote. A voice intoned, "Here on Special Election Day in Willoughby County, Pennsylvania, citizens are voting for district supervisor in an unusual election. One of the three candidates is unused to public office, and perhaps unfitted for it as well. This is the election that has sparked a national debate on the question of who is best suited to serve the public, how voters are registered, and what safeguards the politically innocent have a right to expect against the politically opportunistic. For the first time, our camera is being allowed to hover at the open door of this community to watch its members line up to vote." The RoboCam zoomed toward the building door and adjusted for the dim light within. A wide-angle lens showed the tribe's terminal at one end of the large communal space on a table covered with a red, white, and blue cloth. At the other end, the tribe lined up to move forward one at a time and vote. 162 livers shuffled forward, carrying babies, holding hands. "There's Mama with Dirk," Lizzie squealed, "and Billy, and Sharon with Callie. Shockey must have already voted. He wanted to go first." A moment passed. "Why do they all look like that?" Jackson leaned closer to the screen. Lizzie said, "Why do they look so weird?" The RoboCam shifted to zoom. Sharon Nugent, Franklin Caterino, Norma Kroll, Scott Morrison, face after face looked strained, unsure. Brows furrowed, eyes dropped, breathing grew rapid as people glanced toward the camera. Sharon huddled closer to her elderly mother, and then Sam Webster moved closer to both. "What's going on?" Lizzie cried. "Where's Shockey?" The camera found him crouched in an old lawn chair in a dim corner. Shockey's hands clasped tightly on his lap. When he raised his eyes to the voters, his face clenched. Jackson could swear Shockey trembled. Someone swung shut the building door from inside. "In violation of the pre-election agreement, the livers have just excluded our camera," the newscaster said with strong displeasure. "We switch you now to another tribal polling site in the county." "No, this building appears to be shuttered as well." Vicky said, "Turn it off. Switch to the running totals." It was 9:17. Jackson found the graphic on the governmental channel, a silent, unadorned chart. Popular vote. Willoughby County District Supervisor, Special Election. Susanna Wells Livingston, 3. Donald Thomas Serrano, 192. Shockey Tour, 2. As they watched, 2 more votes registered for Donald Thomas Serrano. "It's cheating them," Lizzie cried. "We saw people vote for Shockey." "We saw people vote," Vicky said. "We can't really see for whom." "It has to be cheating." Jackson thought rapidly. The results made no sense. But Vicky was probably right that the system wasn't cheating. No one would dare. A system rigged against a liver candidate today could be rigged against a donkey candidate next time, and the news grids would hire top data dippers to find the tinkering. No, something else was happening. What? Why? "Fly home," Lizzie said. "Oh, go quick." Jackson exchanged looks with Vicky, lifted the car, and flew back. During the short ride, they watched Donald Thomas Serrano capture virtually every vote. Everybody voted early like dutiful citizens. Jackson landed the car beside the reporters' vehicles. No one paid any attention until Lizzie emerged. She ignored all questions and comments, running toward the front door. Jackson and Vicky trailed behind, stony. The door was locked. Lizzie spoke the overrides and flung herself inside. "Lizzie," Annie said, "why you running, you? What happened?" Annie clutched Dirk, who began to wail. "What happened?" Lizzie cried. "Shockey's losing. Nobody's voting for him." Annie took a step backward and dropped her eyes. Annie, who always met insubordination with frowns and commands. She shifted Dirk upright to her shoulder. The baby saw his mother and Vicky and quieted until he glimpsed Jackson. Immediately he began to cry again, burying his head in Annie's shoulder. Vicky said evenly, "Annie, did you vote?" Annie shrank back and mumbled, "Yes." Did you vote for Shockey? Mutely, in distress, Annie shook her head no. Lizzie cried, "Why not?" while Dirk continued to wail every time he raised his head from his grandmother's shoulder and caught a fresh glimpse of Jackson. Annie tightened her grip on the baby. "I didn't. Shockey ain't him. I'm sorry, honey, but it's just too. We're better off, us, with somebody who knows them what they're doing." Jackson stood very still. Annie's manner reminded him of something he was too confused to get into focus. In a minute, he would remember. Across the vast communal area, now empty of voters, Billy Washington emerged from his and Annie's cubicle. The stately old man took a few hesitant steps, stopped, looked at Annie, took a few steps more, and dropped his eyes. Jackson saw his hand tremble, saw him force himself to move forward. Teresa. They were all, Billy, Annie, even Dirk, acting like Teresa. Even Shockey. Today, crouching in his lawn chair, nervous and afraid, yesterday full of swaggering, innocent corruption, fucking the slumming donkey girl in the woods. The donkey girl sniffing at her inhaler. "Get out," he said rapidly to Vicky and Lizzie. "Now, get out of the building right away. Vicky, take Annie." She looked startled but didn't protest. It must be his tone. Vicky grabbed Annie by the arm and hauled her toward the door. "No, no," Annie said. "No, please. I don't want to go out there, please." "Come on," Jackson said, grabbing Annie's other arm and hauling her along. Lizzie said, "What? What is it?" But she followed. Outside, Dirk looked over Annie's shoulder at the outdoors and screamed louder. Lizzie snatched him. Jackson hustled them all, Annie coatless, through the rain toward his car. Robocams descended, and reporters in their vehicles watching the election results looked up. Jackson shoved Annie into the car and lifted it. "Okay," Vicky said. "What was it?" "I'm not sure yet," Jackson said. "A neurofarm, I think. Gaseous. Only Annie's cell cleaner should now be working overtime, clearing her body of foreign molecules as soon as she was no longer breathing them in. Instead, Annie continued to shrink and tremble, and Dirk to scream and cling to his mother. And if the neurofarm was in the building, he and Vicky and Lizzie would have breathed it. But Lizzie looked furious, Vicky alert, and Jackson himself didn't feel trembly or anxious. So if not in the building... He landed the car and twisted to look at the rear seat. "Annie, did you have breakfast in the feeding ground?" Annie shook her head and folded her hands together tightly. Her eyes darted from side to side, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. "Did Billy breakfast in the feeding ground?" He went there, to bring in some fresh soil for us. Privacy." "But you never went in the feeding ground this morning?" Annie drew a breath. Later, when no reporters there, and everybody else gone inside them. The sun came out a bit, and Dirk needs sun, him. We just sat there, us, with our clothes on, we didn't." She trailed off and looked out the window, her pretty plump face terrified. "Please, doctor, take me home." "Like Teresa." Jackson said, "Breathe steadily, Annie. Here, put on this patch." "No, what is it?" Annie shook her head. Jackson said, "Vicky, put the patch on her." He watched closely. Annie didn't struggle. She cringed against the car window and put up one hand in a feeble warding-off gesture that Vicky, wide-eyed, ignored. Vicky slapped the patch on Annie's neck. Annie whimpered. After a few minutes, she sat up a little straighter, but her hands remained clasped tightly together, her body tense. "Now can we go home? What's going on here, doctor? Please, take us home." Jackson closed his eyes. The patch was one he carried for Teresa, who would never use it. It triggered the release of biogenic amines that prompted the body to create 10 different neurotransmitters. Those neurotransmitters calmed anxieties about, and lowered inhibitions to, stimuli perceived as threatening. The patch was moderating Annie's symptoms a little, but it was not eradicating them. He said, "Vicky, put a patch on Dirk. No, wait, Don't. Dirk's blood and brain should by now be clear of anything he'd breathed in at the camp, but he nonetheless continued to act like a severely inhibited baby in the throes of full-blown stranger anxiety. And Dirk was not usually shy. Why wasn't the Nero farm wearing off? Vicky said, "It was in the feeding ground, wasn't it? Lizzie, did you go in there this morning?" Lizzie demanded, "What are you talking about, you? Did somebody do something to Dirk?" Vicky said, "I didn't feed at the other tribe either. Too excited. Why isn't the cell cleaner undoing the effects on Dirk?" "I don't know," Jackson said, at the same moment that Lizzie cried, "What effects? What happened to my baby?" And Annie reached across the seat to tap Jackson's shoulder and say tremulously, "If anybody hurt this child, them—" Vicky ignored them all and flicked on the terminal. Popular vote. Willoughby County District Supervisor, special election. Susanna Wells Livingston, 104. Donald Thomas Serrano, 1,681. Shockey Tour, 32. Donald Serrano, Vicky said. He found a way to win the election without anybody thinking that it was anything but the material bribes they've been spreading around. No, Jackson answered. We don't know how to do this. Do what? Lizzie cried. He raised his voice to answer over Annie's fear, Lizzie's alarm, Dirk's fussing. How to create neurofarms that aren't cleared immediately by the cell cleaner. The medical journals, my med school friends who went into research, everybody's looking for that. A patentable hallucinogen or synthetic endorphin or other pleasure drug that doesn't have to be inhaled every few minutes. For God's sake, get out of the car, Vicky. I can't hear myself think. Jackson and Vicky climbed out. Jackson locked the door against Annie's fearful questions, Lizzie's attempts to follow. He stood in the drizzle, water trickling down the back of his neck, and tried to organize his thoughts. Nobody in the medical establishment is anywhere near that kind of breakthrough. And if they were, it wouldn't be used on a penny ante election like this. It would be worth billions. Then who? Vicky said. Miranda Sharifi? But why? Why would the supers do it? I don't know. The car shuddered. Jackson looked down at Lizzie, pounding angrily at the inside of the rain-streaked windows. Looked at an Annie only slightly restored to tolerance for new situations, and then only for as long as the neurofarm in the patch lasted. Looked at the baby, acting like a small Teresa, with Teresa's timidity and pervasive fear of anything new, anything risky, any departure from what she'd always done, such as electing a liver to political office. Vicky demanded, Who, Jackson? Who's capable of doing this at multiple sites, and how? I don't know, Jackson said. But it had to be Miranda. Nobody else had such advanced neurobiology. But it couldn't be Miranda. She didn't make people less capable. Did she? It had to be Miranda. It couldn't be Miranda. A whole population of Teresas. I don't know. 12. Lizzie clutched Dirk close and tried to pretend it was for the baby's sake. She had never seen anything like this. Dr. Aronow had taken them into Manhattan East Enclave, just flown through the Y-shield like it didn't exist, and landed on the roof of his apartment block. Only it wasn't an apartment block that Lizzie, growing up in the liver town of East Oleanta and on the road ever since, would have recognized. She didn't recognize the roof as a roof. It was beautiful. Bright green Jean Maud grass, beds of delicate flowers, benches, and strange statues, and stranger bots she itched to take apart. But she wouldn't take them apart. She wouldn't even touch them. She wasn't smart enough. She was just a dumb liver who had fucked up, lost the election and failed her tribe, and somehow brought harm she didn't understand to her baby. This way, Dr. Aronow said, leading them across the roof that wasn't. The air was warm and cloudless. Oh, what is so rare as a day in June, Vicky said, which didn't make sense because this was April. Vicky wasn't smiling, but she didn't look as confused as Lizzie felt. Well, of course, Vicky had once lived this way. How could she have left it to come live in East Oleanta? Lizzie felt obscurely ashamed. She never imagined Vicky had left this. Lizzie remembered the times she's lectured Vicky about the world, and the memory made Lizzie writhe. She didn't know enough to lecture donkeys. She didn't know anything at all. And yesterday, she'd known everything, just yesterday. Dr. Aronow had taken Annie back to the camp. Now he led Lizzie, Dirk, and Vicky into an elevator which said, "Hello, Dr. Aronow." "Hello. My apartment, please. Is my sister home?" "Yes," the elevator said. "Ms. Aronow is home." It stopped, and the door opened directly into the most wonderful room Lizzie had ever seen. Long and narrow, with smooth white walls, floors of shining silver-gray stone dotted with carpets, a perfect little table with roses on it, only they weren't exactly roses. They had odd silver-gray leaves and a bewitching smell, and a painting lit by an unseen source. Lizzie didn't know what to make of the painting. Two naked women feeding on the grass, and two men dressed in stiff, old-fashioned, non-consumable clothes. The men must not be hungry. "The original Manet, of course," Vicky said, but Dr. Aronow didn't answer. He strode ahead, and when they followed, Lizzie realized that the wonderful white room with the roses had been only a hallway. Inside the apartment was another hallway and then a real room. It stopped her cold. A Y-shield made up one wall, looking down on a green park. The other walls shimmered with subtly shifting grays and whites. Programmed screens, they had to be. Was the park a program too? The chairs were white and soft, the tables all polished. There were strange plants inside the tables, and a girl sitting on a hard wooden chair and eating food by mouth from some kind of bot with a flat top like another shining table. "Teresa," Dr. Aronow said, and even in Lizzie's chagrined absorption in her surroundings, she knew nothing at all. Lizzie could hear the careful gentleness in his voice. "Teresa, don't be alarmed. I've just brought some people here for a business meeting." The girl shrank back in her chair. No older than Lizzie herself, she looked frightened and uneasy. About Lizzie and Vicky? That didn't make sense. The girl had a cloud of silvery blonde hair and was very skinny, dressed in a strange, loose, flowered dress that Lizzie would have sworn looked consumable. How could that be? The dress had no holes. "This is Vicky Turner," Dr. Aronow said, "and Lizzie Francie, and Lizzie's son Dirk. This is my sister, Teresa Aronow." Teresa didn't answer. Lizzie thought she trembled and breathed faster. This was a donkey, and yet unlike Vicky, unlike the reporters, unlike the donkey girls who had liked fucking Shocky when he was a candidate. Teresa looked like Shocky and Annie and Billy looked now. A glance passed between Vicky and Dr. Aronow, something Vicky couldn't interpret, and Vicky said softly, "Ms. Aronow, would you like to see the baby?" Teresa's weird fear seemed to fade a little. "Oh, a baby. Yes, please." Dr. Aronow took Dirk from Lizzie. Fortunately, he was asleep now, and laid him in Teresa's arms. Teresa looked at him with total delight, and then, to Lizzie's amazement, started to cry. No sobbing, just pale, lightless tears rolling down her pale cheeks. Jackson, could I hold him while you have your meeting?" "Of course," Vicky said, and Lizzie felt a minute of resentment. Dirk was her baby. This girl, this donkey Teresa, who lived surrounded by everything and now wanted Lizzie's baby too. Teresa hadn't even asked Lizzie if she could hold Dirk. And from her looks, Teresa was a weakling. She wouldn't last 3 minutes using her wits to keep a whole tribe supplied with data-dipped goods. "We'll be right there in the dining room, Teresa," Jackson said, and took both Vicky's and Lizzie's arms. The dining room wasn't a feeding ground, but a table with 12 tall chairs, motionless serving bots, and still more huge, strange-looking plants that must be gene mod. One wall cascaded with water. Not programming, real water. The polished table was bare. Lizzie's stomach suddenly growled. She said, and it came out angry for some reason, "Don't you even have a feeding ground? Yes, Dr. Aronow said distractedly, but we'd better... Are you hungry? Jones, breakfast for 3, please. Whatever Teresa was having. Certainly, Dr. Aronow, the room said. Carolyn, on, please. Lizzie didn't see any terminal, but a different voice said, Yes, Dr. Aronow. Vicky said, You have a Carolyn 8 personal system? I'm impressed. Carolyn, call Thurmond Rogers at Kelvin Castner. Tell him it's a priority call. Yes, Dr. Aronow. He turned to Vicky. Thurmond is an old friend. We graduated together from medical school. He's a staff researcher at Kelvin Castner Pharmaceuticals. His department's fair-haired wonder. He'll help us. Help us do what? Vicky said. But Lizzie didn't hear the answer. In the other room, Dirk cried. Lizzie rushed back to him. Teresa held the baby helplessly, rocking him and crooning, while Dirk wailed in fear and tried to squirm off her lap. Lizzie took him. All at once, she felt better about Teresa. Dirk buried his face in his mother's shoulder and clung to her. Lizzie said, Don't feel bad. It's just because he doesn't know you. Is he shy with strangers? Not until this morning. The two girls looked at each other. Lizzie saw suddenly how they must look. Teresa, Jean Maud beautiful and elegant in her pretty dress. Lizzie with mud and wet leaves clinging to her dirty jacks, in her hair smeared across her baby's face. But Teresa was the one who was afraid. Lizzie pulled a twig out of Dirk's hair. Something happened this morning, she said impulsively to Teresa. Dr. Aronow said there might have been a neuropharm released into our feeding ground. It made everybody scared of anything new, even of voting for Shockey. And we worked so hard. Damn it to fucking hell. Teresa cringed, but she said, Scared of anything new? You mean like me? So that was what was wrong with this girl. She'd breathed a neuropharm like the one Annie and Billy and Dirk had breathed. But Dr. Aronow said he didn't know what the neuropharm was. It was something no sleepers could invent, so how could Teresa have... I have to go back, she said abruptly. Dr. Aronow's calling a research place. She carried Dirk back to the dining room. The table held dishes of mouth food, although Lizzie hadn't seen a bot go past. Strawberries, huge and succulent, bread with fruit and nuts baked on top, fluffy scrambled eggs. Lizzie hadn't had an egg since last summer. Her mouth filled with sweet water. The next second, she forgot the food. A section of the programmed wall had deepened into a hollow stage recess. Lizzie had never seen such technology. A man as old as Dr. Aronow, with a handsome face and bright chestnut hair, said, It sounds incredible, Jackson. I know, Thurmond, I know. But believe me, I knew these people before. The behavioral change is both radical and sudden. How could you know livers that well? They're not patients, are they? Aren't they changed? Yes, it doesn't matter how I know them. I'm telling you, the change appears neuropharmaceutical. It does not wear off after inhalation stops, and it is not accompanied by gastrointestinal distress or blackout. You want to see this, Thurmond, and I need you to see it. The hollow drummed its fingers on a desktop. All right, I'll sell it to Kastner, if I can. Bring 2 specimens in, the baby and an adult. Specimens? When? Dr. Aronow said. Well, I can't. Oh, hell, this afternoon. You're sure, Jackson, that the behavioral effect doesn't wear off when inhalation ceases? Without that, it's not worth my time to. I'm sure. This could be valuable to you, Thurmond. Do you want to draw up a percentage contract if the commercial possibilities pay out? Our standard split? That can wait. We'll be there in a few hours. Alert your security system. Me and 3 livers who... 3? The baby's mother has to come, and she didn't breathe in the neuropharm, so there'll be 2 adults. All right, make 'em take a bath first. Jackson glanced sideways at Vicky. This Thurmond Rogers, this stupid fucking donkey who thought livers didn't even wash, said sharply, Are they there with you now, Jackson? In your house? Vicky stepped in front of the hollow stage. She held a strawberry daintily in upraised fingers. Her jacks were as muddy as Lizzie's and older. Her Jean Maud violet eyes gleamed. Yes, Thurmond. We're here now, but it's all right. We're deloused. Thurmond said, Who are you? Vicky smiled sweetly and nibbled on her strawberry. You don't remember me, Thurmond? At Cassie Sanders's garden party last year? Jackson, what's going on here? She's a donkey. Why is... There'll be 5 of us coming to Kelvin Castner, Vicky said. I'm the baby's nanny. See you later, Thurmond. She moved away. Thurmond said, Jackson. Noon then, Dr. Aronow said hastily. Thanks, Thurmond. Carolyn, that's all. The hollow stage went dark. Lizzie watched Dr. Aronow and Vicky watch each other. Shifting Dirk to other shoulder, he was getting heavy, Lizzie waited for Vicky to yell at Dr. Aronow for letting Thurmond Rogers call them specimens, or for Dr. Aronow to yell at Vicky for fucking up his phone call. But instead, all Dr. Aronow said was, You met Thurmond Rogers with Cassie? No, Vicky said. I never saw him before in my life. But now he'll surf his brains wondering where that garden party was. I doubt it. I don't, Vicky said. You really don't know how this is played, do you, Jackson? I didn't think we were playing. Well, certainly not about the Nero farm. Who's our adult specimen, by the way? Lizzie, don't just stand there glaring and drooling. If you're hungry, have some strawberries. Jean Maud and exquisite. Lizzie wanted to say no. How come Vicky was still bossing everybody else around, even in Dr. Aronow's house? But she was too hungry. Sullenly, she sat in one of the beautiful carved chairs, Dirk clinging to her shoulder, and helped herself to everything she could reach. Dr. Aronow said, We'll fly back to camp and get Shocky. Why Shocky? Vicky said. Billy breathed in the Neuro farm too, and he'd be much more cooperative. Or even Annie. No, Billy's too old. And I already put a patch on Annie, changing the original conditions. Thurmond won't consider them ideal subjects. Also, Shocky's behavioral changes seem the most pronounced. It has to involve the amygdala. The what? Lizzie said, to remind them she was there. Dirk fretted, and she shifted him on her lap to feed him a strawberry. Dr. Aronow said, It's a part of the brain that affects fear and anxiety about... What's wrong with Dirk? Dirk screamed on Lizzie's lap. He pushed with his small feet and drew his chubby arms in toward his body. His face contorted. He twisted in her arms, trying to get down, trying frantically to escape. In his wailing was the note of pure animal fear as Lizzie held out to him something new in his experience, something he'd never seen before, a ripe, red, perfect strawberry. He's asleep, Vicky said. Come on, Lizzie. Come on where? She didn't want to leave Dirk. He lay on Dr. Aronow's living room floor on a soft, multicolored blanket Vicky had taken off one of the white sofas. Dirk had screamed and thrashed so much, Dr. Aronow had finally put a little patch on his neck. Just to make Dirk sleep, he said. Lizzie sat in the sofa, which had fitted itself around her rump in a comfortable way, and scowled at Vicky. Dr. Aronow hadn't wanted to go alone to get Shocky. Lizzie didn't know what Vicky had said to him to make him agree, or why Vicky wanted to stay behind, or how Lizzie was going to cope for the rest of her life with a child terrified of a strawberry. She was exhausted. I want to talk to Teresa, Vicky said. And don't you want to dip the systems here? Aronow has a Carolyn 8. A Carolyn 8. Lizzie had only heard about them. Suddenly she wanted to be in that system more than she'd ever wanted anything in her life. She could dip that system. She could understand that system, unlike everything else that had suddenly erupted in her life. Dirk's fine. The patch will last for hours. Come on, Lizzie, let's establish a beachhead. Lizzie didn't know what a beachhead was and didn't ask, but she followed Vicky as far as the dining room within earshot of Dirk. Mouth food still covered the table. Jackson's system will be voice-cued, Vicky said, and Lizzie laughed and reached for a plate. Do you really expect that to stop me? Apparently not. See you later. I'm going to look for Teresa. Lizzie ate hungrily. Everything tasted so good. Even the dishes were beautiful, made of some thin material edged with gold, and the glasses and the silverware. After Lizzie had eaten all she could hold, She glanced furtively around. Quickly, she slipped a silver teaspoon into the pocket of her jacks. Then she began on the house system, Jones. As she expected, it contained direct, laughably protected access to Jackson's personal system. Amateurs. Everything about Jackson was open to Lizzie's hearing. And everything about Teresa. Lizzie's eyes sparkled. If Vicky couldn't find Teresa, or couldn't get her to talk, Lizzie could already know everything about Teresa from her personal system. Then, when Vicky said she hadn't been able to learn thus and so, Lizzie could casually drop the information. She would actually know more about the situation than Vicky. Teresa's personal system, Thomas, yielded up calendar files, medical files. Had Teresa really been on all these medicines when she was a kid? And what were they? Credit accounts? Lizzie noted the numbers and access paths to those. Wall programming selections, library requests, comlink calls. Almost none. Didn't Teresa have any friends? Orders to Jones, dress designs. Didn't she have a diary file? No, but there was a book she was speaking. Lizzie snorted. The donkey nets were awash with books. Of all the uses for a system, that seemed to her the dumbest. Who wanted to listen to stuff that never happened or happened a long time ago and was all over? The present had too much stuff in it to absorb as it was. Lizzie quick-tasted the file until she caught the words, change syringe. She stopped tasting. Thomas, read me that section. The system said, Lisha Camden never saw the change syringes that Miranda made. Lisha was already dead. Everybody thinks Lisha would have liked the change syringes because she told Tony Indovino that she would give much money to poor beggars in Spain. Everybody thinks Lisha would like anything that gives poor beggars like livers a way to get food. But I don't think Lisha would like the change syringes. She understood that people need food, but they need other things more, like a meaning in life. Poor beggars like livers? Lizzie had never begged for anything in her life. What she wanted she went out and got, or dipped off the net. Thomas, summarize file contents. This file is a book spoken by Teresa Aronow. She began the file on August 19, 2118. It is a life of Lisha Camden, 2008 to 2114. The 21st sleepless genetically engineered in the United States. The book traces Lisha Camden's entire life, starting with her birth in Chicago, Illinois, at the Enough. File links? 1. To NewsGrid File 65. Restricted. Restricted? A NewsGrid file? But those were public to begin with. Where is the file restricted to? To the printer in Teresa Aronow's study. It took Lizzie 3 minutes to dip the restriction. Display on closest screen. The dining room wall covers dissolved. In their place were pictures with writing under them. Horrible pictures, one after another, each displayed for 30 seconds before it dissolved into the next. Lizzie couldn't read the writing, but she recognized the pictures. She'd just never seen so many of them in one place. Babies with their bellies swollen and mottled. Babies with blood streaming from their eyes. Babies lying still, eyes glazed and scrawny arms limp. Babies shriveled as dried apples, their mouths open on swollen, toothless gums. Unchanged babies, unprotected against disease or starvation. So many unchanged babies. Lizzie stumbled back into the dining room. Dirk lay asleep on the bright blanket, which, Lizzie now noticed, his chubby little legs were consuming. His rosy mouth made little sucking motions in his sleep. She went back to the dining room and looked at more pictures. Unchanged babies sick, unchanged babies dying, unchanged babies dead, all liver babies. Lizzie closed her eyes. How many unchanged babies were there in the United States? If she hadn't had a syringe for Dirk, why wasn't anybody doing anything about this? And why did Teresa Aronow, rich, gene-mod, protected, safe, care about these liver babies? Lizzie realized the answer to that one. Teresa's fear of anything new, her few friends, the mouth food, the blanket Dirk was consuming. Teresa herself was unchanged. But how could that be? Teresa was a donkey, and she was Lizzie's age. There had been plenty of change syringes even 2 years ago. Were there still plenty for donkeys? Maybe in some places. Lizzie didn't really know. None of it made sense. The system said in Jones's stiff voice, "Ms. Aronow, Dr. Aronow is in the elevator." At the same time, Lizzie heard Vicky coming back to the dining room. Immediately, Lizzie blanked the system. She didn't know why, but Vicky shouldn't see these pictures. Which was stupid because Vicky was her closest friend in the whole world. Lizzie owed Vicky everything, and besides, Vicky kept up with news all the time and probably already knew all about it. But Vicky was still a donkey. Lizzie didn't want her to see these pathetic, horrible, unchanged liver babies. Not in this rich donkey house. "I couldn't find Teresa," Vicky said crossly. "Or rather, I suspect I did find her, hidden away in a room on the upper floor, but I couldn't dip the lock. Why didn't you come with me? And what's that noise?" "Dr. Aronow's back." "Alone? Where's Shocky? Did you get the access codes?" "Yes." "Then let's go greet the troops on the upholstered battlements." "In a minute," Lizzie said. I just want a bit more bread." "You metabolically versatile glutton," Vicky said, and left the room. "Thomas," Lizzie said softly. "Personal message mode for Teresa Aronow. Urgent." "Go ahead." "I saw the pictures of the liver babies. You have to find Miranda Sharifi and make her give us some more change syringes. You're a donkey. You have all this money. You can get to Miranda, in ways we can't, us." Lizzie trailed off. How should she sign it? Why sign it at all? What the hell did she think she was doing, begging help from a donkey girl who was too much of a coward to leave her own apartment? "Thomas, cancel urgent personal message." "Personal cancel code, please." No time. Jackson and Vicky walked toward the doorway. "Thomas, close." The wall blanked. "Let's go, Lizzie," Dr. Aronow said wearily. "This won't be bad, I promise. Some behavioral recording, a brain scan, and then they'll put you briefly to sleep for tissue samples. It won't hurt." "Where's Shocky?" "In the car. He wouldn't leave it, even with a trank patch on. Get the baby and we'll go." "Are Billy and my mother all right?" "Yes. No. They're the same as when you saw them." Vicky said, "How did you get Shocky to come with you?" "Not easily. He cried." Lizzie tried to picture Shocky crying. Big, rough, bold-eyed Shocky. "Didn't anybody try to stop you?" "Yes, sort of. Billy did with a few others. But I just started acting very strange, and they all got even more frightened and backed away. I grabbed Shocky and tranked him and dragged him along, crying." Dr. Aronow ran his hand through his hair. Lizzie hadn't known a donkey could look so worn out and, well, upset. Vicky said, more gently than Lizzie had ever heard her be with anyone beside Dirk or Lizzie herself, "You should sleep, Jackson." He laughed shortly. "Oh, yes, that would solve everything. Come on, Lizzie. Thurmond Rogers is waiting." Lizzie said, before she knew she was going to say anything, "Not until I have a bath. And Dirk, too." "You can't." "Oh, yes, I can, and I will, me." Vicky smiled at her. It took Lizzie a moment to figure out why. Vicky thought she was having a bath to give Dr. Aronow time for the sleep he needed. Fuck that. She wanted a bath before she faced Thurmond Rogers and his snooty corporation. She and Dirk both. Vicky could show up looking like a piece of the woods, but that was different. Vicky was a donkey. It seemed to Lizzie that she'd never before realized everything that meant. All right, Dr. Aronow said. "Have a bath, just be quick about it." "I will," Lizzie promised. She would, too. She was as worried about Annie and Billy as anyone. She would wash herself and Dirk as fast as she could. And maybe she could dip whatever parts of the system were online in the bathing room. Interlude. Transmission date, April 3rd, 2121. To Salini Base, via Chicago Ground Station Number 2, GEO Satellite 342, Old Charter, USA. Message type, unencrypted. Message class, Class D, Public Server Access. in accordance with Congressional Bill 4892-18, May 2118. Originating Group, American Medical Association. Message. An open letter to Miranda Sharifi. We, the physicians of the American Medical Association, would like to once more collectively request that, as a humanitarian act, you make available to the peoples of the world your proprietary medical substance, Cell Cleaner, trademark. As doctors, all of us witness weekly the personal suffering and social disorder caused by the abrupt lack of this pharmaceutical. It is nothing short of tragic. The long-term consequences for our country, which is also yours, are the gravest possible. Please reconsider your decision to withhold the means of alleviating such great suffering. Margaret Ruth Streibel, President, AMA. Ryan Arthur Anderson, Vice President, AMA. Theodore George Milgate, Secretary, AMA. And the 114,822 members of the American Medical Association. Acknowledgement? None received. 13. The drone came in low over the trees, no faster than a bird, and with no greater mass. The tiny camcorder on its front showed the enclave below, leisurely growing larger. Jennifer Sharifi, alone in her office on Sanctuary, leaned toward the screen. She had opaqued the office wall facing deep space. For this moment, she wanted no competition from the stars, just as she wanted no company, not even her husband Will. Especially not Will. The rest of the project team was watching the test from the Sharifi labs. It seemed to Jennifer that she had earned this personal indulgence. The California enclave came in closer and closer. 16 liver camps so far, but those had been only trials. This was the first donkey enclave to be penetrated with Strukov's virus, and the first to test the correspondingly more sophisticated delivery drone created by Jennifer's Peruvian contractor. To infect livers, all one needed to do was puncture a plastic tent. Y-shielded enclaves were a much different matter. The California enclave was a comparatively easy first step. 58 minutes, said an uninflected voice from a different terminal wedged into a corner across the room. Jennifer didn't turn around. The North California enclave was small, originally a vacation colony clinging to the Pacific coast. 470 donkeys lived under a Y-shield that extended a quarter-mile over the ocean and well into the ground beneath it. Under the invisible dome were lush gene-mod gardens, a dazzling and artificial beach, nano-built houses of fantastic dimensions and luxuries, and only minor weaponry. During the Change Wars, security had been augmented but not defense. Why would there ever be any heavy-duty attack on a small vacation enclave of mostly retired people? Thieves couldn't penetrate the Y-shield. Nothing else was necessary. But the enclave liked birds. Gulls, condors, woodpeckers, swallows, more exotic engineered seabirds. And there was no reason to fear birds. Livers didn't have the technology for biological warfare and weren't capable of stealing it or of understanding it if they did. Everybody knew that. 60 feet above the ground, the shield admitted birds. The drone flew slowly through the shield, as slowly as a bird. None of the inhabitants noticed it. Slowly the drone descended, its zoom camera displaying increasingly more detail. The last picture transmitted came from 40 feet above a fashionably purple garden, violet-watered swimming pool, masses of violet flowers, even the stems and leaves subtly blending shades of lavender, mauve, lilac, orchid, heliotrope. A gene-mod plum-colored rabbit turned its violet eyes upward to the sky. The lens showed the dark, soft pupils of its eyes, like ink on tinted satin. The drone exploded soundlessly. A fine mist blanketed a much larger area than would have seemed possible. At the same moment, all remnants of the probe itself dissolved into its component atoms. Artificial breezes inside the enclave, joined by natural ones from the ocean, spread the mist farther. The enclave was always 72 degrees. Windows in the luxurious homes were open to the flower-scented air. On a screen to Jennifer's right, a chime sounded. Ms. Sharifi, you have a call from Dr. Strukov. Jennifer turned toward the screen. Before she could say she would accept the call, Strukov's hollow was there, wordlessly proving the superiority of his overrides. Jennifer let no reaction show on her face. Good morning, Ms. Sharifi. Of course you watched the transmission? Yes. Without flaw, isn't it? I trust the payment has wired itself to Singapore? It has. Good, good. And the schedule of delivery remains unaltered? Yes. More test enclaves, better shielded, working up to military and government targets. Those, of course, would be the hardest to penetrate and the most crucial. If Strukov could infect the federal enclaves of Brookhaven, Cold Harbor, Bethesda, New York, and the Washington Mall, and the military bases in California, Colorado, Texas, and Florida, he could infect anything. The door to her office opened, closed. Against her express wishes, Will said to Strukov's image, "Very good so far, but of course there's no proof yet that this version of your virus will work." She never could teach Will the tactical advantage to not revealing rivalry. Strukov said, "But yes, it will work." His smile showed perfect teeth. "Or perhaps you doubt the mechanisms of the delivery. Of course, that responsibility belongs not to me, but to your Peruvian engineers. Perhaps you should discuss your concerns about that technology with your so brilliant granddaughter, Miranda Sharifi." Jennifer said, "That's all, Dr. Strukov." "A bientôt, madame." "I don't trust him," Will said after the comlink broke. "There is no reason not to," Jennifer said calmly. She was going to have to think again about Will Sandaleros as partner and husband. If he could not contain his dislike and jealousy... He still won't release a virus sample to Sharifi Labs for analysis. And our geneticists can't come up with a congruent speculative model. The biochemistry is so damn indirect. We asked for indirect effects, Jennifer said. She spoke to her screen. Newsgrid mode, channel 164. It was the most reliable of the donkey stations, broadcasting from New York. "I just don't trust him," Will repeated. 50 minutes, said the terminal in the corner. "Outbreak of fighting among livers in Iowa," said the newsgrid. "Security officers have assured all channels that there is no danger to the Peoria enclave or to the shielded Agra areas of southern Illinois. RoboCam monitoring of the fighting shows several liver camps to be involved, possibly banded together. The cause, as elsewhere in the country, seems to be the shortage of change syringes among those unfortunate liver camps that..." Jennifer concentrated on the images, transmitted unedited except for rapid rotation selection among a number of cams. A daylight attack, yesterday, by 30 or 40 livers on one of their squalid little camps. The resident livers sat naked under the clear tarp from which they constructed their feeding grounds. Why hadn't they gone south for the winter like so many others? It didn't matter. The second group of livers, dressed in old government-issued synthetic clothing and a bizarre assortment of homespun consumables, rushed into sight and opened fire. People screamed, blood spurted in red jets against the low tarp. A baby shrieked before it was shot. Jennifer froze the image and studied it. The attackers were armed with AL-72s, a military assault weapon. That meant either they had donkey allies, or they'd been able to data dip a federal or state armory somewhere. Probably the latter. Their dippers were getting bolder, and as they acquired more knowledge and more weapons, they became more potentially dangerous to not only donkeys, but to Sanctuary's financial holdings in the United States, and conceivably to Sanctuary itself. Another group of doctors for human aid have already left for the Tri-County area from 40 minutes, said the terminal in the corner. Jennifer changed newsgrid channels with metronomic regularity, 2 minutes for each. Of course, flag programs compiled hourly summaries for her, but it was important to keep personally informed as well, for those nuances of tone that the compilations could not pick up. A liver raid on the Miami enclave, 30 change syringes stolen, 52 people dead. More pictures of unchanged babies in Texas dying of some unnamed virus or toxin. President Garrison declaring a state of emergency, which the all-but self-governing enclaves would ignore. More broadcasts to Selene, pleading with Miranda for additional change syringes. Another bizarre religious cult in Virginia, this one notable for being made up of donkeys rather than livers. They believed that Jesus Christ was preparing the earth for the return of angels from the Orion Nebula. Jennifer watched composedly, not allowing her emotions to show. What was Miranda doing? Miranda had given the change to the enemy. Why was she now withdrawing it? Inconsistent people were dangerous. You could not anticipate how to block their actions. 30 minutes, said the terminal in the corner. Jennifer, it's time for the second penetration, Will said. His voice was high and tight. Jennifer turned off the news grid. This time the target was a less rich enclave outside the main dome of St. Paul, Minnesota. The enclave housed mostly techs who kept the machines of the city running and programmed. Techs, skilled and gene-mod, were part of the donkey economy, although never decision-makers. The drone camera showed rows of small, neat houses under an energy dome, gene-mod lawns and flowers, a playground and a church and community center. The Y-shield did not admit birds. Techs were not much interested in birds. Nonetheless, the second drone flew through the shield as easily as the first had flown into the opulent retirement enclave by the Pacific. Soundlessly, the drone dissolved, and soundlessly the viral mist floated down over houses and playgrounds. Techs worked for a living. They couldn't be rendered as fearful as livers, or they would refuse to leave their small enclave and would not report to work. But Strukov, learning from the 16 liver beta tests, had refined his product. This version was subtler, but just as difficult to pin down with biochemical analysis. Not even Sharifi Labs had succeeded. The virus initiated the manufacture and release of a biogenic amine natural to the brain, which in turn caused the manufacture and release of another, which affected multiple receptor sites and caused further electrochemical reactions. It was a long and twisted skein of cerebral events. The end result would be that the techs, without realizing it directly, would simply come to prefer the familiar. Routines they already knew, faces they saw every day, tasks they were used to. The old friend, the known line of thought, the conventional attitude, the incumbent politician. It would just feel too unsettling to initiate or learn or change. And then Jennifer Sharifi and the rest of her people would be safe. Better the devil you know than the one you don't know. Safe? Was that actually possible? There had been times in Allendale Federal Prison when she'd despaired of ever feeling safe again, or of ever making her people safe. Her previous efforts to safeguard Sleepless had been both crude and naive. Sanctuary, removed from Earth but vulnerable, as all orbitals were vulnerable. Financial power, necessary but not sufficient for protection. Finally, secession from a corrupt government through terrorism that had only called such blatant attention to itself that it had been bound to fail. This time would be different. No threats of biological warfare, no demands for freedom, no worldwide broadcasts to try to make the enemies see what they were incapable of seeing. No, this time stealth and stasis. Freeze the world into biological inhibition, but so subtly that they would never even recognize it. Will was right. They'd never know what hit them. Except for 27 people. Those 27, if they so chose, probably could stop her, as they had once before. That they hadn't interfered yet perhaps meant that their own complex and devious goals dovetailed with hers to a certain point. Could that be true? What was Miranda doing? Whatever it was, Jennifer would not let it wreck her own plans. Could not let it. That was the most painful part. Jennifer's lack of real choice. Miranda was her granddaughter, Nikos and Christina the grandchildren of her oldest friend, Toshio Omura, her great-nephew by marriage. She could not, without pain, simply turn her back on them. That was what sleepers did, destroyed kinship ties, destroyed community itself with no sense of loss. The deadened self was what Jennifer fought against. Still, there was no choice, not if she was going to make her people safe. She felt Will's hands on her shoulders. "Jenny, it's time," he said, and she thought he'd spoken the words earlier, but suddenly she couldn't remember. She hadn't heard the terminal in the corner. For a moment, the room blurred. She closed her eyes. 30 seconds, said the terminal in the corner. Jennifer forced herself to open her eyes. Her screen had brightened. No drone-mounted camera this time. The hidden monitor was a mile away, showing only empty, desolate landscape, and, on zoom, the faint shimmer of a Y-shield. No, not a Y-shield, but something else entirely, designed by genius, unduplicated by anyone else anywhere. Something no drone could penetrate, ever. 20 seconds. Will's hands tightened on her shoulders. She thought of shrugging the hands off, but somehow she couldn't move. She couldn't think. Her mind, that precision tool, felt clogged with confusion, vaporizing out of the new data Carolyn Renly had brought her about Selene. Selene, where the traitor Miranda Sharifi hid from the world. Her granddaughter, Miranda. Richard's daughter. Richard, her son, who had chosen to side with Miranda's treachery against his own mother. Richard, who was there with Miranda now. 10 seconds. She couldn't remember Richard as a baby. She had been so young and so involved in creating Sanctuary, and she had not yet trained herself to the discipline of remembering everything. It was Miranda's babyhood that she recalled. Miranda, with her dark eyes and unruly black hair, laughing at the stars as Jennifer held her to the window in this very room. Miranda. Miri. "No!" Jennifer cried, and her cry blotted out the calm voice of the terminal in the corner. "It's over, Jenny," Will said softly. "It's over." But Jennifer was crying, sobbing so hard she barely heard the system add, "New Mexico operation complete." Later, she would resent that she had sobbed, and resent Will for seeing it. It was a disgrace to her own discipline. But now she cried like a 2-year-old, because it shouldn't have to be this way. The choices shouldn't have to be so hard. The terrible choices of war. Miri. Will held her as if she were a frightened child. And even through her sobbing and resentment and her inexcusable weakness, she knew that as long as he, with his despised kindness, still did this for her, she was going to keep Will Sandaleros around. 14. Light on her face woke Teresa, and she cried out. A moment later, she remembered where she was, slumped on the window seat at the end of the upper floor hallway. Since last night? All night? She'd only meant to sit down a minute, look out at the park, escape her study for a little while. Painfully, she uncramped her body from the narrow seat. Her back ached, her neck felt stiff, her mouth tasted horrible. How long since she'd slept before last night? How long since she'd eaten? She had lost track. Jackson hadn't been home for days. Teresa had been alone, locked in her study, watching the news grids and printing pictures for her wall. Pictures of dying, unchanged babies, of adults fighting each other savagely for non-existent change syringes, of raids for Y-cones, for furniture, for terminals, on dipped enclaves in Oregon, in New Jersey, in Wisconsin. Teresa had watched it all. I am come to bear witness to the destruction of worlds. Thomas had found her the quote. Teresa had stared at it until her eyes blurred. Then she had stared at the news grid some more. Then she had stared at the message on her system, the message that should not have been there. I saw the pictures of the liver babies. You have to find Miranda Sharifi and make her give us some more change syringes. You're a donkey. You have all this money. You can get to Miranda in ways we can't. The message had been spoken, of course, but Teresa had asked Thomas to write it out. Then Teresa had stared at it, sleepless, for however many days it had been since Jackson was home. At first, she'd tried to pretend that the message was a mistake, a fluke, one of the thousands of messages people all over the country were composing to beam up to Selene, and that it had leaked onto Teresa's personal system through some weird net error. But even while she told herself that, Teresa knew she wasn't crazy enough to believe it. Too bad. The message was from that girl that Jackson had brought home, the liver girl with the baby made fearful by neurofarms, and the message was intended for Teresa. Jackson always wanted her to face facts. Those were the facts. The message was for her. Of course, that didn't mean she had to do anything about it. She had been staring at the message, away from it, at the news hollows of the dying babies, away from them, at the walls of her study, away, for 2 days, or 3, until last night she'd suddenly thought that if she didn't get out of that room, she would go crazy. Crazier. And she'd stumbled to the window seat and looked down at the night-lighted park and up through the enclave dome at the stars, and she'd started to sob until she couldn't stop. For no reason. No reason at all. Take a neurofarm, Jackson said in her mind. Tessie, it's biochemical. You don't have to feel this way. Fuck off, Tessie said aloud, for the first time in her life, and started to cry again. No, enough of that. She had to pull herself together, take a bath, eat something. She had to return to her study. Babies were dying. Little children being scarred and disfigured by horrible diseases. Mothers like that girl Lizzie holding babies, writhing in pain. Why couldn't she forget about it? Other people did. Just push it out of her mind. Stay out of her stupid study. Take a neurofarm, Tessie. Ms. Aronow, Joan said, you have a priority 1 call. Tell them I'm dead. Ms. Aronow? It could only be Jackson. She mustn't worry him. She mustn't. Shouldn't. Couldn't. Ms. Aronow? Say I'm coming, Jones. Teresa climbed off the window seat. Her head swam. Leaning against the wall until her vision cleared, she felt her knees wobble. She locked them and took the call in the bathroom, where she wouldn't have to send her image. It wasn't Jackson. Tess, where's visual? Cassie, looking crisp and fierce in a severe black suit. I just got out of the shower. Cassie knew that Teresa didn't like her body on display. Oh, sorry. Listen, where's Jackson? Isn't he with you? Teresa said. You know quite well he's not with me. I can hear it in your voice. Don't play games with me, Tess. Where did he take those livers? I don't. Which livers? Cassie's face changed. This, Teresa thought, must be the face that Jackson saw when he and Cassie fought. High, sharp cheekbones sprung out of soft skin. Eyes as hard as the marble floor beneath Teresa's bare feet. Teresa shrank back a little against the sink. Tell me, Teresa, where Jackson is. Teresa squeezed her eyes shut. You won't tell me. All right, I'm coming over there now. No, I'm on my way out. Oh, right. When was the last time you went out? 10 minutes, Tess. The screen blanked. Panic seized Teresa. Cassie would get it out of her. Cassie could get anything out of her. She'd tell Cassie that Jackson had taken Lizzie and the others to Kelvin Kastner in Boston. Jackson had said not to say anything to anyone, especially not to Cassie. But Cassie was on her way. Teresa would order Jones not to let her in. Cassie would know the overrides, for the apartment, for the building, for Teresa's mind. All right, then, Teresa wouldn't be here when Cassie came. The moment the thought came, Teresa knew it was right. She needed to leave before Cassie arrived. Also, she needed to do what the message on her system told her to do, get to Miranda Sharifi and make her give out more change syringes. You're a donkey. You have all this money. You can get to Miranda, you, in ways we can't. Teresa had spent 2 days, 3, she now saw, trying to push what she had to do out of her mind. And it hadn't worked. It never did. Ignoring the summons to pain only made the pain worse. The summons was a gift. She'd somehow overlooked that, and not acting on the gift had only made her crazy. Crazier. But not now. Quickly, with a smoothness that surprised her, Teresa darted from the bathroom. No time for a shower now. But shoes. She'd need shoes. And a coat. It was April outside the enclave. Wasn't April cold? She grabbed shoes and coat. The roof, she told the elevator. Please. And it wasn't just her muscles that suddenly worked smoothly. Her mind did too, in efficient autonomous plans that amazed herself. To get to Miranda Sharifi, Teresa needed to start at the last place Miranda had been seen on Earth. That was the liver compound, where people bonded in threes, where Patty and Josh and Mike could never be alone again because they were forced to be with each other. Miranda had been there, leaving a tape explaining the new red syringes. To use the new syringes, you had to be changed. That's what Josh had said. So Miranda might have also left more changed syringes there than anywhere else. Or she might even have come back, or sent somebody else back to bring more after the fighting broke out over changed syringes. If bonding was Miranda's latest plan for people, then surely Miranda would monitor the places? She was testing it. Even Teresa knew that much about how science worked. On the roof, she blinked in the bright, warm sunshine. Her heart speeded up, and her breath caught in her throat. Outside the enclave, the last time she'd tried that, she'd blacked out. The panic had been so bad, seizure after seizure. But Cassie was coming here. If Teresa didn't leave, she'd have to see Cassie. Teresa closed her eyes, bent over from the waist to put her head between her knees, and breathed deeply. After a few moments, the panic lessened. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe it just seemed less, because facing a camp full of wild bonded livers was less scary than facing Cassie Sanders in a rage. Maybe that was how people made themselves face dangerous things, by running away from things more dangerous. In the bright sunshine, walking through the roof garden toward the air cars, Teresa whimpered. Then she climbed into the car and retrieved from its memory the district coordinates for the camp of the biochemically bonded livers, trying to breathe evenly and deeply, trying not to give in to the chemistry of her own mind. The livers hadn't moved camp. Teresa was afraid they might have gone somewhere else. Livers did that. But from the air she could see small human figures moving around in groups of 3. How far away could they get from each other before they died? Teresa couldn't remember the exact distance. She landed, breathing deeply and evenly, but this time no one came running toward the car. Instead, all the triads immediately vanished into the building and closed the door. She forced herself to get out of the car and walk toward the building, then around it. Under the plastic tarp of the feeding ground sat 3 naked people who hadn't noticed the air car, 2 women and a man. When they saw Teresa, their faces froze, and then she saw the kind of look she usually only saw in the mirror. They were afraid. Of her. Like Lizzie's baby had been afraid. This camp had been infected just like Lizzie's had. "Hello? Is Josh here?" Josh had been kind to her before. The 3 people stood, huddled close together, and clutched each other's hands. In a naked tangle, they inched toward the flap of plastic that served as the feeding ground door. Teresa moved in front of the flap, and they halted. "I want to speak to Josh, and Patty, and Mike." The names seemed to reassure at least one of the triad. The older woman took a step forward, still holding both her partner's hands, and said fearfully, "Do you know Jump, you?" Jump. It took Teresa a minute to realize this was Josh, Mike, Patty. She felt a flicker of distaste. "Yes, I know Josh, and I'm here to see him. Take me to him, please." Despite the pounding in her chest, Teresa marveled at herself. She sounded like Cassie. Well, no, maybe not, but at least like Jackson. The woman hesitated. She was about 30, small and fair, with a bony face and short hair as pale as Teresa's own. "Jump are inside them. I'll go in, me, and get them." "You might not come back," Teresa said. "I'm going with you." No, you stay here, you." Teresa merely stepped aside. The triad squeezed past her. As they left the warmth of the sun-magnified enclosure, their naked skin dimpled and goosebumped. Teresa watched them pull on the jacks dumped in a pile on a wooden shelf before she moved closer to the fair-haired woman, who shrunk back. "It's all right. I won't hurt you, any of you. I just want to see Josh. He'll remember me." "Would he?" "What's your name?" "We're Piranla, us." It came out in a whisper. Piranla. Percy Ann Laura, or Pearl Andy Letitia, or it didn't matter. But it should. "Piranla, I'm going with you to see Josh." The triad stopped moving. Almost they stopped breathing. What if they went into a seizure, like Teresa did when she got too frightened? What would Teresa do then? But they didn't. After a minute, they moved in their huddle past Teresa and broke into a clumsy group run around the corner of the factory. Teresa ran after them. "Open the door! It's Piranla, us! Open up!" The door opened, and Piranla tumbled inside. Teresa, astonished at herself, squeezed in with them. Her eyes took a minute to accustom themselves to the gloom. Over 100 people, grouped in threes, staring at her. The triads pulled closer together and looked uneasy, but nobody looked terrified. Even Piranla looked less anxious than they had outside. Of course, when Teresa was at home, with familiar people among familiar things, she was less frightened, too. Safer. Her heart quickened, and her throat tightened around her windpipe. "Is Josh here? Josh?" "You better leave, you," said an old man. Several other people nodded. "Josh? Jump?" He came forward slowly, dragging Patty and Mike by the hand. Mike scowled faintly, but Patty, whom Teresa remembered as a scary bitch, trembled and hid her head in Mike's shoulder. That calmed Teresa's breathing. Maybe being the least scared person in a group was almost the same as not being scared at all. "Josh, I'm Teresa Aronow. I was here last fall. I brought you clothes and Y-cones. You told me about the bonding here and the red syringes." Josh nodded, without meeting her eyes. "And the hollow, Josh. You showed me a hollow of Miranda Sharifi. She was explaining the new syringes, the ones that she left with you to cause bonding." Mike growled. "It don't have nothing to do with you." "I want to see the hollow again, Josh. Please. You've all seen it lots of times, haven't you?" Josh nodded again. Patty looked up from Mike's shoulder. "Well then," Teresa said as firmly as she could, "you can see it again, just like you always do, and I'll watch too." "Okay," Josh said. "Everybody, it's Miranda time. We are the life and the blood, us." "We are the life and the blood," the crowd responded raggedly, and Teresa could feel relief running over them, clear as falling water. This was a known routine, comforting, safe. The triads moved and jiggled, settling down in front of an ancient hollow stage, in what Teresa would bet were the same places they always sat. After a minute, she sat beside Josh nearest to the door. "On," Mike said. "Miranda time." The hollow stage sprang to life, a pretty, meaningless swirl of color, and then Miranda appeared, head and shoulders only, the background a plain, dark recording booth designed for anonymity. Miranda wore a sleeveless white suit. A red ribbon held back her unruly black hair. "This is Miranda Sharifi, speaking to you from Salini. You will want to know what this new syringe is. It's a wonderful new gift, designed especially for you. A gift even better than the change syringes were. Those set you free biologically, but also led to much isolation when you no longer needed each other for food and survival. It's not good for man to be alone. So this syringe, this wonderful gift." Something was wrong with the hollow. Since her first visit to this camp 5 months ago, Teresa had spent weeks, months, watching news hollows. They replayed at night behind her eyelids. This one was subtly wrong. The voice was Miranda's, And words were synchronized with Miranda's moving lips, but not with her body. No, that wasn't it. Her body didn't move very much. That was it. The stiffness of Miranda's body on certain words, plus her movements on others. The rhythm was wrong. And the rhythms in the words, too. Teresa had perfect pitch. She heard the very slight flattening in the wrong places. The hollow had been created, not recorded, which meant that Miranda had not given this message, or these red syringes. Teresa glanced around. The liver faces were rapt, almost as if they were watching a lucid dreamer concert. There must be subliminals in the hollow. She lowered her eyes and listened to the rest of the message without watching the visuals. If the bonding syringes weren't from Miranda, then who were they from? Maybe the same people who made the neuropharm these people had breathed in. The neuropharm that made people so afraid of new things. But why? Jackson had said that nobody except Super Sleepless could create such neuropharms. Nobody but Miranda Sharifi knew enough about the cell cleaner to make something that wouldn't be destroyed by the changed nanos in everybody's body. Everybody's but Teresa's. Be together in a new way, a way that creates community, that roots that community in biology itself. Doubt grabbed Teresa. What did she know about biology itself, or community, or Super Sleepless? Who was she to decide that this recording wasn't really Miranda? Teresa was a crazy, fearful, unchanged person who had seizures whenever anything got too unfamiliar, who had left her apartment only 3 times in the last year, who was afraid to go home because her ex-sister-in-law, who was also her only friend, was looking for her. Teresa didn't know anything. Except every recorded detail of the life of Lisha Camden. And with that realization, Teresa knew what she was going to do. She stood up just as the recording ended. All around her, livers gazed misty-eyed and smiling at their bonded triads, without which they would die. Wicked. Wicked. It wasn't bonding, it was bondage. "Give me the hollow cartridge, John," Teresa said as firmly as she could manage. She tried to sound like Lisha Camden when Lisha gave orders. Nobody knew Lisha's life better than Teresa. Nobody knew Lisha herself better. 100 misty faces stared at her. "I'm taking it. I need it. I'll bring it back." Lisha decisively telling Jennifer Sharifi that Sanctuary was wrong, or Lisha telling Calvin Hawk that his anti-sleepless movement was finished. Lisha, calm, firm, cool. Teresa started, knees shaky, toward the hollow stage. "You leave our Miranda time hollow alone, you," somebody said. "I'm sorry, I can't. I need it." Teresa reached the terminal, but she wasn't Teresa, she was Lisha. That was the trick. Be Lisha, feel like her. If Teresa could watch a news grid and feel what the mother of a dying, unchanged baby felt, could feel like she was that mother, then she could be Lisha Camden. It was no different. No different. Now people stood up, some milling fearfully in tight groups of 3, some starting toward her. Mike hesitated. Then he and Josh moved in, dragging Patty with them. Mike's trowel-shaped head was lowered into his neck. His eyes were terrified. For a second, through her own trembling vision, Teresa saw them all as they must look from the outside. 4 wide-eyed freaks jittering around each other, smelling of fear. No, don't think like that. Don't see yourself from the outside. See yourself as Lisha. She was Lisha Camden. "Don't stop me," Teresa quavered. Mike broke stride for a moment, then continued toward her. "I mean it." "Mike," Patty whimpered, "don't. You can't." Mike whispered, "She can't take our hollow, her. She can't have it." He grabbed Teresa's arm. The vertigo started, blackness swooping over her brain. Teresa tried to push the vertigo away. Lisha had never fainted, along with Mike's hand. She couldn't. She wasn't Lisha. Calm and firm and cool. She couldn't ever be Lisha. That was more self-control than she could ever have. Even though being Lisha had seemed to work for a few minutes, Teresa wasn't Lisha. Then be somebody not calm and cool. "Let go of that fucking hollow or I'll tie you in navel knots," Teresa yelled, and the words were Cassie's. Mike dropped her arm and stared at her. "Get out of my fucking way!" Part of the crowd drew back. The rest surged timidly forward. Murmurs rose within and among triads. "Don't let her take it, us." "Stop her, you! What right does she got?" In a minute, they would overcome their fear and grab her again. No, grab Cassie. She was Cassie. And these people's brain chemistry now made them afraid of anything unfamiliar, anything they weren't used to. "I'm going to cry," Teresa screamed at top volume. "I'm going to melt the floor. There is nanotech you've never seen that lets me do that. I can do that. All I have to do is sing." She started singing some song her nanny used to sing to her, only it was too gentle, so she started jumping up and down and then spinning around, screaming the words, and then changing them to the kinds of obscenities Cassie used when she was mad at Jackson for not doing what Cassie wanted. "You poor deluded son of a bitch! Your vision about reality is so limited you don't see even a fraction of it, let alone a fraction of me. You lack irony, Jackson, goddammit to liver hell, can't you even see that? You pathetic, cosseted baby! You'd think you... Get the fuck out of my way!" They did. The crowd shrank back, and some children started to cry. Triads clutched at each other. Screaming, singing, jumping, cursing, whirling, Teresa moved to the door, the cartridge in her hand, while 100 people, but there must be 99, right, or 102, looked at her with the same anxious dread Teresa saw daily in the mirror. She made it outside just before her own nerve broke. Still, she was able to stumble to the air car. "Lift," she gasped at it. "Home!" And then her breath caught, and the seizure started, and all she could do while it lasted was try to breathe, the car flying itself away from the liver camp, where no small figures 60 feet below came out of the building to watch her leave. Just before reaching Manhattan East, Teresa gained control of herself. She leaned back against the seat of the car and tried to think. She couldn't go home. Cassie might still be there. She had the car fly to the first large empty place, which turned out to be a deserted scooter race field, and set down where she could see in all directions. She sat clutching the hollow cartridge of Miranda and breathing as evenly and deeply as she could. What had just happened? She had been Cassie. It had only been pretending, of course, but she had been able to pretend powerfully enough to hold off her fear for a little while and behave in a way she never could have otherwise. But how could that be? Hollow actors, of course, pretended to be other people all the time, so they could be convincing in stories. But Teresa wasn't a hollow actor, and she certainly wasn't anything like Cassie. Her brain chemistry was different, was damaged somehow, so that she was always afraid and anxious, and what Jackson called severely inhibited in the face of novelty. Had pretending to be somebody else actually changed her brain chemistry for a few minutes? But how could that be? She could ask Thomas to find out. But right now she had to decide where to go if she didn't go home. Only she wanted to go home. She didn't know how long this weird, borrowed brain chemistry would last, and she wanted her own things around her, her pink bedroom and her crocheted blanket, and Thomas. But if Cassie was there... If Cassie was there, Teresa would just become somebody who could tell Cassie this wasn't a good time to talk. Somebody who could say, "I'm sorry, but I'm tired and I need to sleep now," even if Teresa could only pretend to be that person for a minute. A minute might be enough. Surely she could be somebody else for another minute. Lisha Camden. Lisha had always been calm and firm. Teresa would be Lisha Camden, calmly arguing the case for sleepless rights with other lawyers, and Cassie would override Teresa and chew her into tiny bits. Teresa couldn't be Lisha Camden in front of Cassie. It would be like propping yourself up with drinking straws in front of a hurricane. But maybe she could be Lisha Camden in front of herself. Pretend to have Lisha's brain for just a minute while she thought where to go and what to do. Lisha, who met problems head-on, trying to use reason to solve them. If Lisha wanted to find out what was known about the fake hollow of Miranda, she would go to the place most likely to know, wherever it happened to be. Even Selene. But Selene wasn't answering messages, and even if Teresa could nerve herself to space travel, but she couldn't, she knew that. But maybe she wouldn't have to go quite as far as Selene. Teresa's grip tightened on the hollow cartridge. Could she really do this, even if she was pretending to be Lisha? Fly to an airport, hire a plane all by herself? No, it was too hard. Her breathing got ragged just thinking about it. Then she thought about going home and trying to avoid telling Cassie where Jackson was. Teresa put her hands over her face, then straightened. She wasn't Teresa Aronow, she was Lisha Camden, and thinking that would make her feel different so her brain chemistry would shift just a little. She was Lisha Camden. She was. Manhattan East Airfield, automatic coordinates, she said to the car, and her voice did sound subtly different to her own terrified ears. As the car lifted, Teresa had another thought. Take a neuropharm, Jackson always said, and Teresa never would because she had been afraid of losing her special gift of pain and the place it was supposed to lead her. She had always been afraid of using neuropharms to become somebody else. Despite herself, Teresa laughed. It came out as a whimper. She wondered who she would actually find, being whom else, in New Mexico. The hardest part, it turned out, was hiring the pilot. Teresa walked into Manhattan East's airfield building on Lexington Avenue. It was a sleek, old-fashioned building with wall programming entirely in shifting metals. People hurried past her toward various terminals or various doors. A group of men and women dressed in formal sarongs, laughing and joking. A man in a black hollow suit, carrying a remote and a sheaf of printouts. A pleasant-faced elderly woman traveling alone. Teresa had just worked up enough nerve to speak to the woman when a round, featureless robocam the size of a human head floated up to her. "You've been standing still for 2 minutes, ma'am. May I help you with anything?" "Oh, yes," Teresa blurted to the floater. I want to hire a private plane, with a pilot, to fly the plane to New Mexico." "Our charter plane booking service can be contacted from any customer terminal, ma'am. If there's anything else I can—" "But I don't know how." "Excuse me, ma'am, while I run self-diagnostics," the robocam whirred softly. "My programming shows no error in sensory functioning. You are a gene mod adult?" "Yes, I'm an adult, but I still don't know how to use a customer terminal." She could feel color flame in her face. "Would you like me to demonstrate the system?" "Oh, yes, please." The robocam led her to a row of terminals. Teresa could at least recognize a credit retina scan. She stood docilely against the screen until a pleasant low voice said, "Welcome to Manhattan East Airfield, Ms. Aronow. Desired flight number?" The robocam said, "Charter plane service, please." "Certainly," the system said. Rows of writing appeared on the terminal. Teresa felt her color return. She was such a slow reader. But the robocam said, "Where do you wish to go, Ms. Aronow, and when do you wish to leave?" "To New Mexico, near Taos. And I want to leave right now, with How did one ask for a pilot who wasn't too scary? Teresa took a despairing step backward. "Third flight requirement not understood. Please repeat," the customer terminal said. "Flying with somebody safe." 3 pilots with AAA safety ratings are available within the next 30 minutes for domestic charter. Rush charges apply. Flying records displayed. Do you wish comlink with any of these 3? The flying records were more small printing, but there were also pictures. 3 gene mod attractive faces, but not somehow donkey. No, of course not. These were techs. "That one, the woman. A comlink, yes." The pilot came online immediately. She looked in her late 30s, a strong face without makeup, all the beauty in the firm, austere planes. Her voice, too, was firm and austere. Ms. Aronow, you wish a pilot for an immediate flight to New Mexico? Yes. No, I don't know. The pilot's image leaned forward, studying the image of Teresa. You don't know? No. Yes, I do know. I'm not going. I don't need a pilot. It was a mistake. She stumbled away from the terminal. The calm, strong voice stopped her. Ms. Aronow, the floater beside you will lead you directly to my plane. We can take off immediately. If you are ill, I can send a GoBot for you. No, All right, I'm coming. She fixed her eyes on the floater, willing herself to see that and nothing else, just a round gray ball. It wasn't scary, just follow it without thinking, like Cassie would. No, Cassie wouldn't. Cassie would be flying her own plane to New Mexico. All right, forget Cassie. She couldn't be Cassie. But she needed to be somebody else because she, Teresa, couldn't do this by herself. She could feel herself slipping into panic. Who could she be? She hardly knew anyone but Lisha and Cassie and Jackson. Take a neurofarm, Tessie. All right, she was Teresa on a neurofarm. She was somebody who was chemically calm, someone who believed the world made sense. Hello, Ms. Aronow. I'm Pilot First Class Jane Martha Olivetti. Teresa was there already. The plane loomed beside them, even though Teresa didn't remember riding the airfield maglev from Manhattan East or crossing the tarmac. Only now did she realize that the field was unshielded, or only peripherally shielded. This was real weather, cold April wind. She shivered as she climbed into Pilot Olivetti's plane. There are tranquilizer patches in the green box on that rack, the pilot said in her calm voice. Endorkiss in the red, Halufun in the yellow, Sleepies in the brown. Teresa looked longingly at the brown box. But most patches, Jackson said, were prepared for changed bodies. He'd warned her not to use anything not adjusted for her unchanged chemistry. No, thank you, just a blanket. She was shivering, even though the plane was heated. Somewhere over hills still topped with snow, Teresa fell asleep naturally. She woke when the pilot said, Ms. Aronow, this is Taos. Do you want to set down here or at some private airfield? Do you know where the airfield is for La Solana, where Lisha Camden once lived? Pilot Olivetti turned in her seat and stared at Teresa. Of course. There used to be crowds of reporters and tourists going there all the time. And lately, people wanting to talk to Richard Sharifi about sending messages to his daughter. But it won't do you any good to go there. Richard Sharifi never comes out. The most you'll get is the standard recorded message. Teresa closed her eyes. What had she been thinking? Of course she wasn't the first one to try to contact Miranda through La Solana. Probably everybody in the world had already tried. Politicians and important people like that. And if Richard Sharifi didn't see them, there was no reason he would see Teresa Aronow. She was a fool. What would Cassie do? We're here now, she said to the pilot. Go to La Solana. Pilot Olivetti shrugged and spoke to the plane. Teresa saw the compound long before they reached it. A pale blue semi-ovoid on the desert floor, it shone as featureless and perfect as a robin's egg. Terry Umwakambi, Miranda Sharifi's most gifted practical physicist, had designed the shield for Lisha. There was nothing like it anywhere on Earth, except around the deserted island of Huevos Verdes, where Miranda and her people had created the change syringes. The shield wasn't Y-energy, but something else. Teresa didn't know what. It extended under the ground as well as through the air. Nothing with any DNA content not stored in the security banks got through the blue dome. Not birds or worms or microbes. Nor did anything unaccompanied by DNA that was stored in the data banks. Not bots or missiles or rocks. The shield also kept out all but a narrow range of radiation. And nothing that wasn't nuclear could destroy the shield itself. Teresa walked from the plane to the half-buried robin's egg. Desert sun hit her uncovered head. A small wind stirred the incredible pile of rubble heaped against the shining blue. Stacks of hollow cartridges. A child's doll, a tattered American flag, plastic flowers, bloody handkerchiefs, the bleached skull of some animal, wrecking tools, each bent and twisted, and a sealed tiny coffin. Teresa's gorge rose. Was it just symbolic, or did the coffin hold somebody's unchanged baby, dead of a disease that could have been cured by more change syringes? A section of blue wall shimmered into a huge screen 10 feet square. It held the image of a man who appeared to be in his 40s, although Teresa knew he was actually 77. The dark eyes above the heavy black beard looked weary. This is Richard Sharifi, Miranda Sharifi's father. There is no admittance to La Solana under any circumstances. If you wish to speak a message for Miranda Sharifi, tell the recorder when you want it to start. All messages for Miranda will be beamed to Selene daily. No physical object you leave outside these walls will ever be retrieved or examined. Thank you. The image disappeared. That was it. Teresa clasped her hands in front of her. Recorder start. Recorder on. My name is Teresa Arenal. You don't know me. I'm not anybody. But there are babies dying from not being changed. She stopped. Richard and Miranda Sharifi already knew that. What could she say that might interest them? Convince them of what? That people needed help? Who was she to think she could help anyone? Some days she could barely get out of bed in the morning. But not this day. She tried again. I'm not anybody. I'm not even changed. I needed to keep what I am because I'm not normal for a donkey, and if I lose that, then I lose Teresa. I lose the way I'm supposed to be, to find what I'm looking for. Something was happening inside her. The rush of competence she'd felt when she was being Cassie returned, only not because she was being someone else, because she was being the most real bedrock Teresa. The words rushed out the same way they had when she'd talked to Sister Anne at the convent for the Sisters of Merciful Heaven. I could be changed, and maybe it wouldn't matter. I'm expensive like I am, I know. I have to eat real food. I have to have a house kept free of germs. I have to have clean water. All these things cost money. And if I didn't have so much money, and if my brother wasn't a doctor, then it would be wrong for me not to be changed, because I would be such a burden on everybody else. But I do have money, and I do have Jackson, and so it would be wrong for me to arrange things so I don't hurt. I have to hurt. Everybody needs to hurt in some way, or they get sloppy. No, that's not the word. Miranda. She was talking directly to Miranda, who wasn't even on Earth, but that didn't matter. Teresa rushed on. Miranda, I don't know the word for how people get when they can't feel hurt and alone. But something happens to them. When they take those kinds of neuropharms all the time, they get so they can't feel themselves. And then, pretty soon, they can't feel other people either. They get like Cassie's friends, and maybe even Cassie herself, I don't know. Cassie is good underneath, but she did so many inhalers to cover up her hurt that pretty soon she couldn't see Jackson's hurt, and then pretty soon after that she couldn't see Jackson at all. He's just another piece of furniture in her life, or another bot. People have to hurt. They have to let themselves feel the hurt. They have to make themselves stand it, and not take it away with Endor-Kiss or neuropharms or sex or making money. It's the only way we know we should do something different. That we should keep on looking harder inside us, and also inside everybody else. You can't just go around the pain, you have to go through it to get to the place on the other side where your soul is. Oh, I don't know, I'm not smart enough to know. Something went wrong in my embryonic gene mod. I'm not smart like Jackson or Cassie. But I do know that you have to give us more change syringes, so babies can live long enough to even feel their own hurt and start to learn from it. Maybe you shouldn't have given us the change syringes at all, but you did. And now the livers can't survive without them because we donkeys just dumped them all, and we control the resources. So you have to give us more change syringes, so those children even live long enough to look for what matters. But there's something else wrong, too. There's a camp in New York, the state, not the city, that has a new kind of change syringe, red ones, and it's doing something to those livers. They're bonding by pheromones or something in threes, so that if they go far from each other, they die. Really die. And the syringes came with a hollow cartridge that has you in it, explaining the syringes are another gift from Miranda Sharifi. The livers believe that. Only it's wrong. The hollow is a fake, and the new syringes just make it even harder for people to feel their own individual hurt and see each other. The triads are all blurred together in a blob. They're not real people anymore. They have the comfort of never feeling alone, but unless they can feel alone, how can they ever feel their own hurt, and then start to go through it to— "What new syringes?" Richard Sharifi said. Teresa blinked. The image on the shimmering blue wall was real time. Richard Sharifi's sad, dark eyes stared at her steadily, waiting for an answer. The new syringes somebody left at the camp in the mountains in New York at she couldn't remember the coordinates. Red syringes, and there was a hollow of Miranda that wasn't really Miranda. Richard Sharifi turned his head. He frowned and said, "No." His huge image abruptly shrank until Teresa was looking at a screen no more than 3 inches square. On it, Richard Sharifi was replaced by a plain woman with wild dark hair held by a red ribbon. "Teresa, this is Miranda Sharifi." Teresa gasped. Are you sending from Selene?" "Please tell me everything you can about this new syringe and hollow cartridge left with the liver tribe. Start at the beginning. Go slow and don't leave anything out. It's very important." A second 3-inch square image appeared, Richard Sharifi again, scowling fiercely. He said, "You should know that we have scanned you, your plane, and the area for any recording equipment. Your pilot is not observing you, and even if she were, this screen at that distance is too small for even the most powerful sleeper zoom lenses to see. If you state to anyone that this conversation ever occurred, your chances of being believed are very low. Your medical records indicate—" "Unnecessary, Daddy," Miranda said. And now she was scowling too. The tiny image of Richard Sharifi disappeared. Teresa blurted, "You're not at Selene at all, are you? You're here." "Tell me everything about the new syringes, Teresa, starting with how you happened to be in a liver camp. No, don't panic. I can't send help out to you. Breathe deeply. Look at this screen, Teresa. Look at it." She did, gasping for air through waves of panicky blackness. Around Miranda shimmered subtle shapes and colors. What were they? She felt a little calmer. Subliminals. Teresa breathed. Those are like a Drew Arlen concert." An expression of pain, complicated and deep, passed over Miranda's face. "Tell me about the new syringes." Teresa did, growing calmer as she talked. Miranda listened without ever blinking her dark eyes. Dark like her father's, too dark to be Cassie's. But Teresa wasn't pretending to be Cassie. She wasn't even pretending to be Lisha Camden. She was Teresa Aronow. "Miranda, turn off the subliminals, please. I can do this, I think." For the first and last time, Teresa saw Miranda Sharifi smile. When she was done talking, Teresa said, "But if you didn't make the new syringes, who did? Jackson said we donkeys don't have any biotech like that. That's sophisticated." "Here's what I want you to do, Teresa. Listen carefully. I want you to go home and tell nobody about your visit here or the new syringes. Not even Jackson. Also, this is very important. Don't speak anything about this into any terminal. Not even if you think it's completely freestanding." Teresa put out her hand, but stopped short of the tiny image on the blue wall. Her fingers hung suspended. Hot wind stirred the rubble of weathered offerings at her feet. "Miranda, Why did you stop the change syringes? We made a mistake. We didn't intend. Our goal was to make the livers free of donkey domination. Autotropic. We didn't know you, would so quickly regress to infantile dependence. And now none of us know what the next step should be, because we can't find the equations to predict outcomes with any degree of accuracy. We're all here trying so hard. The hollow image shuddered. Miranda raised her hands, let them fall helplessly. An enormous mistake. When I see the news grids of babies dying, of unchanged children suffering, when those pleas are re-beamed from Selene, we thought we could control it all for you, like your gods. We forgot. Teresa finished the sentence. You forgot to look hard enough inside yourselves. Yes, Miranda whispered. We did. And we caused chaos. But you only meant to. And now we're trying desperately to find a way out of that chaos, a scientific solution you can synthesize yourselves without us. The right substance. A solution you can control and won't pervert. But Teresa, we don't think like you, or react like you, or feel like you. It was a plea. Teresa saw that Miranda Sharifi, hurt with a depth of pain Teresa could only imagine. She caught her breath. The two women stared at each other, and something passed between them that, it seemed to Teresa, she had never shared with anyone else in her life, not even Jackson. She said softly, Yes, you do. You feel exactly like me. Miranda didn't smile. Perhaps. Go now, Teresa. We'll take care of the new syringes that destroy even more freedom than we already destroyed. The blue, shimmering wall went blank. Dazed, Teresa returned to the plane. The pilot waited, watching a news grid. She blanked the screen as Teresa climbed in. La Solana was already out of sight when Teresa finally spoke. Do you know how long it takes for a message to get to the moon and back? By the fastest way? The pilot glanced at her quizzically. You mean if you decided to transmit to Luna City and they answered immediately? Yes. Isn't there a lag when people are speaking to each other? Of a few seconds, at least? Yes. Thank you. Of course, that was human technology. Jackson said the supers had all sorts of technology that humans didn't. We don't think like you, or react like you. Oh my God, Pilot Olivetti said. What? What is it? The plane suddenly leaped forward with an acceleration that crushed Teresa against the back of her seat. Then the sky filled with blinding light. The pilot cried out. The light faded. Moments later, the plane shuddered as if it would come apart. Roaring assaulted Teresa's ears. The plane righted and flew on. The brilliant light was behind her, but the sun was ahead to the southeast. How could that bright a light be where the sun wasn't? Teresa turned to look out the rear window and saw the top of the mushroom cloud rising above the horizon. We took 240 rads, Pilot Olivetti gasped, looking at her screens. Ms. Arenal, prepare to be very sick. But what happened? Someone took out La Solana with a nuclear weapon. Minutes earlier and we would be dead. But why? How should I know? But God, if Selene retaliates... She turned on the news grid. Teresa put her head in her hands. Selene couldn't retaliate. Nobody was at Selene. Miranda Sharifi and all her super sleepless had been in La Solana. We're all here trying so hard to find a solution, and now they were all dead. They would never give more change syringes to save dying children, or find a solution to humans being so dependent on the syringes, or stop whoever was making Jomp and the other triads even more dependent and afraid. Somebody had bombed La Solana to kill Richard Sharifi, or to destroy Miranda's old home, or to attract attention to some cause of their own. The super sleepless were all dead. and Teresa was the only person on Earth who knew it. Interlude. Transmission date, April 4th, 2121. To Selene Base, Moon. Via Lubbock Enclave Ground Station, Satellite S-65, Israel. Message type, unencrypted. Message class, Class D, Public Service Access, in accordance with Congressional Bill 4892-18, May 2118. Originating group, the Carter Tribe, Texas. Message. To Miranda Sharifi. The Carter family ranched West Texas for 250 years, us. We stick together. Now there's no more ranching it, but we still stick together. I'm Molly Carter, me. I got 6 kids, 17 grandkids, 20 great-grandkids, more on the way. But we got no more change needles for the new great-grandkids. I'm asking you, me, to please send us more. My son Ray Jr. is taking this cartridge hymn to a radio place in Lubbock to send to you in space. Acknowledgement? None received.